Unplugged Live. I'm Michael Patton, and we're really excited to have you. Whatever place you're coming from, YouTube or Spotify, it's great to have you. Wherever you're coming from, please do subscribe. You'll love this channel. It's a lot of fun. It's called Theology Unplugged, and we really do things unplugged. And I've told you this many times before, probably 100 over the last, almost 20 years we've been doing this. Gosh, since 2005. But it started as a after class discussion in my theology program classes. I taught all these theology program classes for 6 years at Stonebriar Community Church. Big crowds. It was a blast. And then afterwards, we just have lines of people who'd want to come up and talk. And as I was talking to them in a very informal way, it seemed like I changed my tune. When a presentation, it's very formal, very structured. But whenever I got with them, I changed my tune, and I thought, this is really great. This is better than the classes themselves, maybe. And so I said, we got to somehow be unplugged and let people see it. So this is where that came from. And so I have got a friend, and we've been talking about UFOs. Of course, yeah, here we go, UFOs. UFOlogy is what I call it. UFOlogy Bonanza, because it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy, and if it's not crazy to you, it should be, because there's something going on, and I'm not saying what it is, but I'm saying whatever is going on has a significant impact, no matter what view you take, and no matter what view you take, it sounds like a conspiracy theory, because it is here. We got something going either in somebody's minds, either a bunch of lies, or there's something going on. So I've got a good friend, Ed Kratz. He took the theology pro. Gosh, I've known him for 20 years as well, as long as I've known Carrie. And he is a great friend. We've talked for years and years. And we're able to talk like this. We have conversations like this. And he likes to talk about UFOs just like me. He's interested in it. And we just go back and forth on what in the world's going on. And so we have completely figured it out. And we're going to tell you here during this podcast. So let me introduce Ed Kratz.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Ed. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. That we already said how you doing in the green room, but now we're doing it formally. See, that's unplugged.
I have to correct you already.
What's that?
I've known you longer than Carrie, because I was your first TA, and Carrie came in after Taffy.
Oh, he was longer than Carrie. That is something special there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, there you go.
But he was on my online classes. Gosh, we've met up. We've done things together. He's come here and had a long work vacation. He's worked for us, and he still does in a way. Whenever I have a problem, any problem that's a technical problem, he does it, because Ed is a technology whiz. He knows about computers, and he knows about programming. He can do all this stuff. And so his mind is structured different than mine. And so it's fun for us to talk about this and see the meaning of the minds. Now, Ed, okay, here's the deal, right? I mean, what was it? Day before yesterday, we had somebody come into the Senate and talk about UFOs. Can you explain briefly what he did?
Well, okay, there's three people altogether, right? It was Grush, and then Fravor. Fravor was the guy with the Tic Tac video, and then I can't remember the other guy's name, but I mean, it was kind of weird, right? Because the first question that he was asked, he said he couldn't answer, which was, have we had contact with UFOs? But then after that, they asked him, do we have biologicals, is what he called it, right? Alien biologicals. He says yes. He won't say whether or not we had contact with them, right? He says we have hardware that's stored, and he knows where it's stored. But the important thing with Grush to me is
what is his name? Spell out his name if you can.
Grucsh.
Okay.
Right, and he's not an eyewitness though. He's interviewed people who are eyewitnesses. So like Fravor, he was the pilot for the Tic Tac video. So he actually shot the Tic Tac video. Well, I mean, it was in his jet, right? So, but it's interesting that Congress, and if you watched the latest Skinwalker Ranch, Mike Lee was on there for a second. He didn't really say much. He just thanks for the work, and it's kind of it's important for national security if something's going on, stuff like that.
Well, it's interesting to me that you have Congress being interested in this
Right.
suddenly.
The biggest part, right? They're actually talking about it.
Yeah, that's just odd. First of all, I mean that's the thing that stands out, and that's probably the reason why we're doing the podcast. Not
Right.
because people are now saying stuff about it in general, or people have seen something new, but Congress has called this, and during the interview, from what I saw, they were actually very interested.
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah.
And so, and a lot of the questions they, like you said, they said they couldn't answer, but they said they would answer afterwards to Congress in private, right?
We're in a skiff. You know, they'll show you stuff in a skiff, and
What's a skiff?
the skiff is a special compartmented information something. It's basically a giant Faraday cage. You know what that is? There's no cell phones taken in, right? There's no way to communicate. Everything's done inside that room that's disconnected from the world.
And so basically once you leave the room, you can't tell anybody.
Yeah, you can't take anything in. Generally, you can't take anything out. So.
Well, I mean, why would they even do that? I mean, Congress has got to respond in some way, right? I mean, I don't know how.
Yeah, but I mean, this is when you go back with the whole Trump thing, and I'm not trying to jump around, but this is where Adam Schiff would go into the skiff, read the stuff, and then come out and just make up stories, right? Because he would tell you stuff, but there was no way to back it up, because or see whether he's telling the truth, because it's all classified information. So that's the problem.
Okay, well, let me talk to our audience and talk to you as I do this. But whenever we talk about these UFOs, when we talk about these aliens, I mean, obviously, it's not a shoulder shrug from a Christian worldview. I mean, here's what anybody looking at this usually doesn't have this built into their theology, because you don't find this in the Bible. Of course, people have wondered. I mean, it's been a question we've all had where we ask, do you think there are people on other planets? We've been saying that all my entire life, and going way, way back ever since we started going to space, and, just basically discovered how big the universe is, how many planets there are. So it's been a question forever. Is there life on other planets? And so this is something that you've probably in some time been asked this question, and you came up with an answer. Maybe your answer was, well, the universe is big and God can do whatever he wants. Or maybe you can say, no, I don't think so, because the universe, if there is other people on other planets, or beings, humanoids on other planets, people that are self-aware, any creature that is self-aware, on other planets, then we would have to ask the question about their relationship to God in lieu of the fall. That's what we'd say, because whenever we talk about the fall, we believe that the fall affected all of creation, not just us as individuals, our spirits, not just that we're broken, not just that we're separated from God whenever we're born and we need Christ, but even the earth itself is subject to to the fall. Romans tells us that. It tells us about everything being affected, and all of creation, in a sense, yearning for the coming of Christ, because creation itself, in some sense, it's not conscious, but the idea is it needs to be restored. Something was better than what we have. And so sin affected all of creation, even the animals. Everything was affected. So that's the question. Okay, if there are aliens on other planets, what happened? Hold on, I'm going to take a break. Turn my light back on. I'll edit this. Need a new light there too. So that's where we end up, I think. And now here we are, asking this question again and being very serious about it, which is the crazy thing. So, Ed, did I get that? You think I got that right?
I think so. I think it's definitely right, because I mean, those are the answers. That's the question, right? Is there life on another planet? Is it even within this dimension, right? Or spiritual beings, or aliens, however you're going to classify them, are they from another planet, or are they from another dimension? I think that's one of the big questions. Because if they're from another planet, then it seems like they're inside of our universe. They're bound by natural law,
Yeah.
physics, right?
Yeah.
And you start talking about 10,000 light years away. Well, how'd they get here? Because the physical world, if you can only travel so fast before you just implode, right, and just disintegrate.
Yeah, Einstein says the speed of light is we can't do the speed of light. We can't
Right.
get up to it because it's I forget what it says. Something like it's you turn into pure mass or something. And I don't know what that means.
Right.
But we can't go the speed of light, and the nearest planet to be able to get here would be, I mean, what, 1,000,000 years or something?
Yeah.
Traveling at the speed of light.
Yeah, and that's so to me that's where it seems more interdimensional than other planets, but it's all speculation, right? Because we don't even know that our physics are 100% right.
So basically what you're saying is that the theory right now is we can't do the speed of light, but I mean, all science is in process and it's in a theory. And so there may be something we don't know within physics that allows us to travel faster. Maybe, like in Star Trek, you go warp, and that's the speed of light. Warp 5, though, is 500 times the speed of light, and warp 9 or 9.9, that's the fastest Star Trek can go. I'm very much a Trekkie,
Right.
but it's 1,100 times the speed of light, but it still takes a long time. They were going 100,000 times the speed of light, and they were 1,100 times the speed of light. The other one would be pretty darn fast, but they were going they got transported to another part of our universe, far, far away in our galaxy, only in our galaxy. And they were traveling as fast as they could, 1,100 times the speed of light, and it was taking them 70 years to get back. That's just within our galaxy.
Right.
And there's so many other galaxies. And, so we can see these galaxies. So that's the amazing thing. And that's another thing, Ed, people come up with that seems very reasonable in some ways, is that, I mean, if there's that many, the chances are, this is what they'd say, chances.
Right.
They would say the chances are, if we evolved, let's take God out of the equation for a second, and they say, well, the chances are there's somebody else somewhere.
Well, Yeah, but that's taking God out of the equation and inserting evolution.
But listen, let's put God. I mean, let me not take God completely out of the equation, but be a evolutionary theist. You do believe in God, but you believe he used evolution, and so maybe he's letting things go. It's kind of a deist approach.
Right.
But sometimes when people say that, I have the feeling that that's what's in their mind. It's just, there's got to be chances are there's something else. I just got a comment on Facebook that said the exact same thing from a Christian. Right. So chances are. Okay. So
I believe, God, you started it off, right? God can do anything he wants. God can have life on 1,000,000 other planets if he wants to. He's God. He created the planets. If he created the universe, which we believe he did, strongly believe that, why can't he have life on other planets? My only problem is, it's not even a problem, it's just the one issue is, if those people, that creation, whatever it is, if they could reach us, just seems like God would have given us a heads up. That's the only issue that I have. Like in the Bible somewhere, and some people will say that the Watchers and things like that, and I think they're valid points. The Watchers, in the Old Testament, we're told that there's angels that report back to God in Job and Zechariah. So some people will point to that, and it could be. I don't believe the aliens necessarily. I don't want to get ahead of you too much, but I don't think the aliens or the UFOs are necessarily good spirits or evil spirits. But I do think they are spiritual beings.
Okay, so first of all, Ed, let's ask this question. You do believe something's happening out there?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
You don't think it's a lie?
No.
You don't think? I mean, I can't tell you.
I think there's a lot of lies, right? There's a lot of lies, but there are things that we can't explain.
Okay, let me go real broad for a second. This is where my mind goes.
Okay.
Very, very broad.
Hey, I remember having 3-hour conversations back with, what was it called, Ghost Hunters or whatever.
There we go. You knew where I was going. Okay, so we got a lot of different categories, right? Let me read off some of these categories. This is my cheat sheet. Remember?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got aliens, and then there's lots of groups of aliens. You got the grays. That's kind of the most common one.
Right.
You've got the lizard. The lizards. Is that what it's called?
Some people call them, I think they call them the Dracas. But I don't get into all the different types that much. But they are called the Dracas or lizard people, right? That's like David Icke.
Okay, so but this is the type of things that people say they see. I mean, we don't have this from. Well, we had not yet. We don't have it from the government. And that guy that talked. Wait. Let me go back to the guy that talked for a second. I'm sorry, but who was that guy?
He's supposedly a former intelligence whistleblower. He's a whistleblower. It's Air Force intelligence, something like that. And
so it's not the Air Force coming up and saying we've got to tell everybody. It's somebody who used to be in it, and he's telling on them.
That's what he says. He doesn't seem like a whistleblower to me, especially in his original News Nation.
Well, why doesn't he seem like a whistleblower?
Because he's like so casual. I mean, it's a pretty big story he's telling, right? Like, it seems like he got the green light to go ahead and do this, even though they're calling him a whistleblower.
Okay, so
he was put out there. I'm not sure, but he just seems too casual about it for somebody who's going against the government narrative.
So you don't think there's something going on within the government, something in the deep state, something in the bureaucracy, something in the military that they're fighting this, and they're kind of like, oh my gosh, Congress is finding out, and Congress is like, we really got to figure out what's going on here. Our leaders, our representatives, they're elected and they're in and out. I mean, within 4 years. 8 years. I mean, they get reelected a lot of times, some of the senators in Congress, but you got them, and you think to yourself, do they know what's going on? Just like every time the president is interviewed on one of these night shows, what do they ask him? Whichever president it is,
right?
They ask him, are there UFOs?
Right.
They've always done that, because that is something you assume the high people in the government actually do know. But this is telling us, no, they don't know. The people who are elected for us don't know, but the people who have full-time jobs in the government, the deep state, the black ops, something deep secret, a bunch of people, they do know, and Congress is fighting with them. I mean, does that seem like a fair thing to say?
I think that's accurate, and that's why I think Grush is too casual in his interview, because those are the people that he's blowing the whistle on, right?
Do you think he's blowing the whistle in a sense, just to, like whenever you tell a lie, you tell only a little piece of it, so it looks like you've confessed?
Yeah,
but there's a whole lot more.
Yeah, they'll call it like a limited hangout, right, where he's going to give you a little bit of information, but not the whole story, and he probably doesn't know the whole story. I don't think there's a lot of people that do know that the entire story as a group of people.
Yeah.
Everything that's going on.
Yeah.
There's absolutely black ops. There's absolutely deep state or bureaucratic state, whatever you want to call it, that, they're not sharing the information with the elected officials at all, because they're temporary and they might come out.
Yeah.
The president might be like, hey, and they might also use it for political purposes.
Isn't that interesting? I mean, basically what we're saying is that Congress doesn't really run some of the foundational things that are going on in the background.
Well, that's a big problem, right?
Yeah. Well,
that's a real big problem, but it's true. We know that there's all these. I think it's a combination with this particular topic of the government and these big companies that make all of the military weaponry and things like that. The military industrial complex, whatever you want to call it.
People that aren't even in the military too. Some of these, some of these
corporations, Lockheed and Raytheon, and all these companies, they have billions and billions of dollars worth of technology invested, money and the tech, and how much of it? When do we find out?
I want to get to the next part of what I was going to talk about, but one more thing. Why do you think Okay, let's say the deep state does know. Let's assume right now that the
Right.
deep state does know a lot. Well, not everything, but they are
Yeah.
know a lot and they're investigating a lot. And there's
Mhm.
different groups that are connected to them that are doing the same thing. And maybe let's say that because this is what he says. Didn't he say there was we were using the technology?
Yeah, yeah. He said we're reverse engineering it. I
Okay,
don't
so
I don't remember him saying specifically what technology we were reverse engineering. A lot of people talk about that with the drives and anti gravity and all that stuff. I don't think he actually said that. At least not in the Congress one.
okay. Well, that's the theory too.
But
I mean, the
yeah,
theory is there may be a lot of these UFOs that we see. You know, the Tic Tac and the traditional looking UFOs, all those that we see. A lot of them may be ours.
right. Yeah, I think a lot of them are ours. I mean, we didn't know about the stealth bomber until we knew about the stealth bomber.
Yeah.
But they were flying it around, testing it to see what people would see, what they would report, how it would do with radar for years before we actually knew about it. And people were reporting it as UFOs.
Well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt for a second. Let's ask this. They are doing things in the background. They are creating stealth. Where they're creating things to protect America eventually. That I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying they are actually doing that for that purpose, but let's just say they are. The government actually is working for us, and it's good, and they're keeping it secret. Why are they keeping it secret in this context?
In that context, I mean, wouldn't you rather have a weapon that China and Russia don't know about until you pull it out? I mean, that just seems you want them to think that you have less than you have. That would be what I would do strategically. Why show them something that's 25 years ahead of where we are? Just to show it.
Huh.
Unless you're trying to scare them, I think you're better off. You're better off keeping it secret.
Isn't that interesting to think what's going on there? Like if you're working there and you're in the deep state, you know about all this stuff, and you're trying to keep it secret. But I'm assuming a lot of stuff because there's just all kinds of things that go through my mind. But let's say that Russia and China and everybody, they don't have this stuff. They didn't get a crashed UFO, but obviously they've heard that there's rumors at least that we have this stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a big assumption to assume they don't have it.
Okay, let's say they don't.
Things are just like, hey, let's go to America.
Yeah, well, let's say they don't for just for a second, because we are keeping it secret, and if we're keeping it secret, therefore we are hoping they don't know. Right. Otherwise, it doesn't. No reason to keep it secret, and so there's probably something in the CIA, all that kind of stuff, something going on to where we are protecting it, and then their organizations are coming and trying to spy on us and figure out what's going on. It just seems like that would be more of a trouble, but you never hear about stuff like that. Not that you hear about much that's going on in the deep state, though, but it seems like, China and Russia, they would be trying to hack whatever it is, the organizations that are there. But let me get to this part. Okay. So, this is the broader categories of what we're talking about, because you got the aliens, you got the grays, the grays that are just the traditional looking aliens, big old eyes, kind of short, gray or sometimes green. You got the lizards, you got the insectoids. You've heard of those, right?
Yep. Yeah, I've heard of the whole list, but
I mean, it's just funny because you can find people that are seem to be very legitimate, and talk about seeing a big insect looking creature that used telepathy to talk to me. I've seen people like that are very, very interesting. I'm not saying I believe it, but it's just interesting because there's the most interesting thing to me, Ed, is these people are willing to put their reputations on the line. And sometimes that is very destructive for them.
Yeah.
It doesn't benefit. I mean, like when we talk about the resurrection of Christ, one of the greatest evidences is the apostles, what they did afterwards. They put their lives on the line and gave up their lives saying this. And so these people, I'm not saying they're putting their lives on the line, but they are putting their reputation on the line and their future on the line for this. So it's just interesting because you've got all of these people actually saying They see these things and they're real. The tall grays, and then they've also got the humanoid looking ones, the ones that almost look human. I mean, those go from the Men of Black and Men in Black to others. Maybe that girl on the plane. You know that girl on the plane?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, you gotta watch that. It's all over TikTok, all over YouTube. But some girl on a plane recently, about a week ago, just started freaking out, and they're recording her, and she's going, "That man over there is not really a man.
Oh, yeah.
He's a lizard," or something like that. So
Actually, I did see that.
but the thing is, there's just so much of that stuff, and we can throw it away real quick. People are crazy, whatever. But I think about it, and I say, there seems to be something going on,
Mhm.
and not just in the deep state, but in the deep culture, behind the scenes,
Mhm.
that is odd. Okay, we know God's involved with everything. We trust God. We know that what the Bible says, it doesn't say anything about this, but at the same time, we have to use experience in our sources for truth,
Mhm.
because that's actually the primary source of truth that we go to. We just don't admit it.
Mhm.
It's experience and emotions. But okay, so you got those, and then I know I'm going to bring this up. We've got also the paranormal stuff
Right.
that people
And
talk
I think
about.
they're all tied together. Yeah.
Yeah, all this paranormal stuff where people are investigating ghost adventures and Project Fear. That's my favorite, Project Fear. If you ever want to watch one, have you seen Project Fear?
No, no. I was trying to look at somebody else. No, I haven't even heard of it.
You gotta watch that. Promise me you'll watch some of it. I'm watching that. I did watch all through the Beyond Skywalker Ranch. That was really good. You were right. Some of those episodes were good. So I did that for you. You watch Project Fear, at least one of them.
I will do that.
Okay, so
I don't get any of the major channels here.
you don't know it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you've got this going on. I mean, people seeing ghosts, people hearing spirits, people picking things up on their Ring cameras. I had a girl call me, and I've got the conversation. I recorded it. She talked to me for an hour. A Christian. She was a Presbyterian, and just as solid as can be theologically. But she, with a straight face, I didn't see her face, but was talking to her. She, with a straight face, told me this story for an hour about different things she's experienced in her house, things that she hears on her camera, things that have happened to her, that goes so far as a man coming in her kitchen that looked like kind of like her husband, but was much taller and had longer arms, and formed more and more into her husband as she walked by. I know it sounds crazy, but the thing is, you've got so many of these things, and we just kind of throw them away as if they're that easy to throw away and say people are lying. I know people lie, but usually they have a reason for it, and you can figure out that reason. I don't know what was going on with her, but here's the deal. I did believe she was serious.
Right.
And I did believe that she wasn't making stuff up.
Right. Something happened.
Yeah.
Unless we personally experience something, I don't think we can really believe it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like but you can believe by knowing people and listening to them. It's just like miracles, right? When we hear people telling stories of miracles or exorcisms and things like that, working with missions groups, right, and having known people going all over the world. Some of the stories you hear are unbelievable, but they're miracles, so it's easier for us as Christians to accept.
Mm.
The darker side of the spiritual world is much harder for us to accept.
Yeah.
We know it exists, but we kind of, if we don't experience it personally, we're like, yeah, okay, whatever. But why wouldn't that exist?
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about ghosts, here's the thing. Just like with aliens, a Christian goes through their mind and they say, well, there's one of two options. These ghosts are real. I really saw Saint Thomas Aquinas said he saw his brother come back from the dead, and he believed it was his brother. I mean, not bodily. I mean, his spirit, and his spirit would talk to him sometimes. And Saint Thomas Aquinas is no lightweight and wasn't crazy. He was the what do they call him? The bull theologian. He was really big at the end. Kind of like I am. I'm trying to do the Aquinas thing. No, actually, I'm reversing that right now. But You've got people who think they're real, and then there's people who think these must be just demons trying to mess with us. The dark side, the evil spirits messing with us.
Right.
And that's usually the two options they have. I don't necessarily take either one of those options, but those are the two options. We may talk about mine. Now, let me just throw these out here, okay? Because I get into this stuff sometimes.
Okay.
I do enjoy it because it makes my mind think and it gets me out of the box that I'm in theologically to say what if. And that's really all I try to get people to do is say what if. I'm not saying we're going to tell you what's right. I said that at first, but I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what if?
That was your clickbait.
Cryptoids in general. Cryptoids, that's what they're called. They're not cryptoids. You got Bigfoot, of course. I mean, there's so much stuff about Bigfoot, always has been. I mean, the same type of thing, people putting their reputation online saying they saw this stuff. You got Bigfoot, you got werewolves. You really do. Look that up. There is in the northern states, there are people that believe they see werewolves, people that have arms and legs, humanoid people, but have a head of a dog or a wolf. So werewolf, Loch Ness monster, of course, the Pukwudgie. That's my favorite. He's one that is really short, has a big belly, and leads people somewhere. And I don't know, steals their spirit or something. Skinwalkers are the scariest, just because the name. I mean, and coming from the Indians, the Aztecs, and the curse, those just kind of are scary. But what a Skinwalker is
it's very close to it. Apparently it's a shapeshifter, though,
right? Yeah. That's it, shapeshifter.
Yeah. So it's similar to a werewolf, though. When it attacks, it seems like it goes from a wolf and it runs alongside the car. Of course, this show's 4 seasons in. They've never had anything.
Yeah.
It shows that you only have one story from. I like the show. I like the technology. I like the tests. Getting a little tired of rockets, but the stories.
I'm getting tired of the rockets too. Yeah. It's like over and over again.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah. So, but.
Yeah, Skinwalker. Skinwalker is not just Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker has to do with the curse the Aztecs put on.
Right, but that ranch is named that because of the Skinwalker.
Yeah.
And they haven't seen really any kind of compelling evidence of anything like that.
No.
The supernatural aspect seems to have gone out. I mean, the supernatural, if there really is some sort of 31 feet up, there's something or whatever.
Yeah, right now he's talking about the Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. That's a show that is on, I believe, the History Channel.
Yeah, it's still the same people do Curse
both of us watch that, and we talk about it afterwards. It's very interesting. And he's just saying that technology is the interesting thing, not necessarily that they see anything, but there are things that happen that are odd and make you scratch your head. But Skinwalkers, Wendigos, and night crawlers, those are the main ones. Night crawlers, to me, are the creepiest. Have you ever seen a night crawler?
I don't know what that is. No.
It's these things that it look like just two long legs walking, and they're not always walk at night, and there's not really much of a head. It's just legs and then a head. And those things are creepy. I've seen a bunch of those. Now, the reason why I bring all this up is because I'm just saying this. There's a broad range of really weird things that people say they see and are serious, and it's very hard to just discount what they're saying because, I mean, like I said, they ruin their reputation. We have people in the government that have done it. We've got people that are high up. We've got people in the military that are doing it. I mean, there's just a lot of really credible sources that say they see these things. And so we gotta say they're seeing something, and it's very hard just to write it off as some type of natural phenomenon. Some of them, you can, but a lot of them, it's very hard to.
Some of them trying to just get a big following on YouTube and stuff too, but not the government people necessarily. They're more serious, right?
Yeah.
You hope, right? But the government's been involved in some weird stuff over the history of it.
So. Yeah. Well, yeah, and you're right, because it's easy if they are on YouTube making money to write it off as they've got to do that to entertain people. So you can do that, but it does go beyond that. The reputations that people are on the line. It's
Yeah.
you got a lot of people that are doing it. There's a guy that I forget what it's called. I'll think of it in just a moment, but he's on YouTube and he's an older man and something started happening in his house and he just started recording it and throwing those up on YouTube. And he's done it now for years and he doesn't make any money on it. He's not in it for that at all. But that is the most interesting one. That is kind of outside the box of the standard shows. But I'll remember it. It's a really good one. I have to tell you what it is. But you've got to watch. You've got to watch Project Fear. Project Fear. That's just fun to watch. It's crazy too because they are crazy, and I try to think, would I do what they're doing? And what they basically do is go into a haunted house or a haunted building or a haunted hospital, an old hospital, and then all four of them separate and go to what are the most haunted places and sleep there for the night.
Now, is that part of the New York Post?
Yeah. The New York Post did a long thing on it. Yeah, it was
because I saw as you're describing.
Wait a minute. No. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of you, New York Post, doing something on Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, they did that too.
Yeah.
That was called something like the Basement Office.
Yeah.
They did that, right? But then on that same channel, there's different groups of videos.
I don't know that they've done Project Fear.
I'll check it out.
I need to check
that one recently, and it was very similar to what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to check that out. I want to see it. I'm always looking for good paranormal or cryptoid or whatever else stuff. I don't spend all my time doing this, but I am interested. And I do think it has significance whenever it becomes visible. And here's the thing, Ed. I do think we as Christians people may say, hey, listen, I just set that stuff aside, concentrate on God, what God has given me, what's in front of me. I don't care about any of that stuff. And I say, okay, that makes sense. But another thing that I say makes more sense, especially for people, like us, you teach in your classes, you teach Bible, I teach, and I think we're responsible for looking at the world, looking at technology, looking at everything that's going on, because we believe that is a source that God has given us to understand things. The Bible is the primary source. It's the one we go to for all of our spiritual things. It's the final source. But whenever we're talking about just this kind of stuff, I think we're supposed to. I think we should, and I don't think it's wrong. Now, Ed, you'll probably agree with me on this. We're just observing and trying to figure out what's going on. We are not going in and trying to find ghosts or trying to find aliens, or trying to call aliens, sticking a light up in the sky and doing some meditation, trying to bring aliens here. That is something that I believe you're against, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's part of the alien, especially with aliens and ghosts, though, is this whole, and I'm not going to mention names of people, right? But like the whole issue of meditating and getting group meditations to try and attract UFOs.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think you're basically, it's the modern Ouija board, right? When I was a kid, or the modern seance. When I was a kid, I had older brothers and sisters and cousins, and they used to try and scare us all the time. And when the parents were out, I'd turn the lights out, do a seance, and then your brother's knocking on the table or something like that. But there's serious issues, and that's what Hugh Ross talks a lot about. There are a lot of aliens.
Hugh Ross. He's tell me who he is.
Reasons to believe.
Okay, reasons to believe.
Right. And
he's a Christian, and he defends. He usually just defends old Earth type stuff, right?
Yeah, but if I'm not he's an astrophysicist.
Okay.
I believe, right?
Good guy though, right?
Real good guy. And he even was over in Russia speaking with their physicists over there a long time ago. And they were big into the occult. And his thing is that a lot of the actual reports come from the occult, from people doing satanic worship, doing meditation, in not meditating on the word of God, right? So anyway, so that's kind of his line, and you should watch some of his videos online. He goes into it quite a bit.
Hugh Ross, that's who we're talking about. Hugh Ross. Yeah. Okay, so you talked about Ouija board.
Because I'm talking about like this whole using using the idea of spiritual beings, and they're using the same kind of techniques that are attracting UFOs, and they're usually like these orbs, right? Most sightings are not clear physical objects. They see these bright lights in the sky that are moving all over the place and fast, right? So are they all the same thing, or are those demons? Are they the ones that are shutting down the nuclear plants? Are they angels trying to keep us from killing ourselves? Maybe. That's why. That's why I just can't put them all in the same category. I don't. I don't think I have to. Right.
It's interesting. That is so interesting. I mean, just whenever you say things like that, it kind of just the box begins to break. You know, you have to break out of the box sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you have to say something, even in theory, maybe that sounds like a conspiracy theory, which I want to, someday I want to do a podcast on how sick I am of the word conspiracy theory, because it is just being used. Now, it is the new argument reductio ad Hitler. Reducing everything to this ridiculous thing in association. And whenever you associate any of your views with the conspiracy theory, that is a logical fallacy in arguments, because you're just trying to shut it down. You're not listening to the arguments.
Absolutely. Yeah. Racist, all the different things, right? Conspiracy theory, racist, misogynist, homophobe, Islamophobe, whatever. It's just a way to just stop the conversation. But I want to say something real quick about what you said about people, because my wife is like the person you described. She loves God. She loves Jesus. She doesn't care about any of this stuff. But the reason I care about it, and I think it's important, is what happens, whether it's a false flag, right? And it's the government, and they bring out, and they're trying to, the New World Order, and they're trying to get one world government. What's a better way than to have 500 UFOs show over 6 different countries' capitals, right? We have to fight this thing, right? We need to join forces. But what happens to the person's Christian worldview, and especially if it's a real UFO invasion, right? When it gets in your face, okay, this is real. What does that do to your faith? And that's my biggest concern for people that don't pay any attention to it or anything. They just a lot of people just write it off as silliness, and that's fine. But what happens if it turns out to be real and your faith gets shaken? And it's not going to shake my faith either way, because there's nothing in creation that God's not in control of, right? So if there are UFOs, I find it weird that God wouldn't have let us know, hey, these people can reach here, right? But I think for the person who's not paying attention, they can get blindsided. It can really shake their faith, and I don't think it needs to or it should.
It is, and most people, their faith, especially in our circles, they don't really have an open box. I've been talking about putting your theology in a box. And of course, we do standardize a lot of things in our theology. We turn them into creeds and dogma, but there isn't really any dogma about this. And it just falls outside the worldview you're comfortable with. And in everything, we like to stay comfortable. And this thing is kind of breaking that with lots and lots of Christians. And we do back just for a second to what we were talking about earlier with the Ouija boards. God does not want us. He says, no, there's you don't go to a medium, you don't go to a spiritualist, you don't go to somebody that talks to the dead, and you don't talk to the dead. That's part of the rules of the Old Testament that I think present principles that are abiding for us as Christians. Because here's the deal, here's the most significant thing, and I think this is so important. If it does turn out to be real in some sense, nobody's lying, something's going on. We are not, God says, to try to communicate with the other side. That's the basic deal, outside of communicating with God in order to get information. God's basically saying, I am your source of information about all spiritual things. Do not try, if you ever see a ghost, do not talk to that ghost and get information from that ghost. Do not believe that ghost. If you ever see a demon, if you ever see it, and this extends, I believe, to aliens, but I'm not sure about that, because what if they are from the other side? Now they got some new information, and it's natural information that God wants us to have. That's a harder one. But if we know it's something spiritual, something from the other side, which I can't really define the other side at. All I know is it seems to be that, where the angels are, I know is different than where we are. I don't think it's a place. I don't think it's you can map it out in our universe. I don't think it's another or another galaxy. I mean, it could be. It could be. I'm not saying
it has to be outside of place and time, though.
yeah. So I mean, they are transcendent to where we are. So maybe another dimension. That's what I think. And so in that, I think God is saying, do not try to reach that other dimension where I am at outside of me. And I think that's the most important thing. Don't you think that's the principle?
I think it is, and I think it's important, the things you listed, like necromancy, etc. God wouldn't prohibit it if it wasn't possible.
You're right.
Tell us, don't
Good
do
point.
these things that you can't do, right? And that's even with all the idolatry and everything in the Old Testament. These were idols, but they were trying to call the spirit of their God, right, into the into that idol. It was the opening, right, the opening of the mouth or whatever. And so it's not again with the Ouija board. The Ouija board's the modern thing. The idol was something that they were trying to call a spirit into.
Yeah.
They weren't worshiping the piece of wood. I mean, we have lots of references to worthless pieces of wood and metal and stone in the Old Testament, but in their mind, the pagans and and go back to the Babylonians and all, they were trying to call an actual spirit in, which is prohibited, right? We're prohibited from doing that, like you said. But it's not because it's not possible. It is possible, or we wouldn't be prohibited from doing it.
Isn't that interesting? Let me see if I can draw the line. I know we're kind of all over the place, but this is a blast.
Yeah, it's hard to not pull all different things into the alien conversation because
yeah, exactly. Let me ask you this: what you think about this? Okay, so we know we are not to communicate with the other side in order to get information. Let's say you say, I need to find out where my dead wife is. And so you go to a spiritualist, medium, and they say, I've got her right here. And she says she is fine, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is what we are not to do. Now, let's say something within our worldview already, that you run across somebody who is demon possessed.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling somebody yesterday that I thought the Catholics did a good job. I mean, generally speaking, whenever they say you do not communicate with the demon outside of asking his name and invoking the name of Jesus, you're not trying to get a conversation going with them. You don't want information from them. Stay completely away from that. But the problem is, Ed, here's the line. Some people, we do believe, get demon possessed, and therefore we encounter the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to, in some way, confront it. I don't think we run from a person who is demon possessed. I don't know how to cast out a demon. So I'm not saying that, but I've tried before.
Mm-hmm.
And I have tried to call on the name of Christ and get a demon out of somebody who believed they had a demon. Didn't work. Ended tragically, but it was that's not funny. I'm sorry, it's really not. It was my sister, and so I can laugh about that. So
I know the story.
Yeah, so you come across those things. Some people, a person called me the other day and said they were in their hallway and they saw a little black creature, not black in the sense of race, but pure black. It was just, they said it looked like it was painted black, and it just ran straight to them and ran straight through them. Again, another story that I had no reason to doubt except for it's weird. It's bizarre. But we believe all kinds of bizarre stuff. But my deal is, what do you do if you see a spirit and they start talking to you? Or let me go to our current thing. You see an alien, they confront you. Since they're on this side, at least in visibility, does that suddenly say that we can have conversations with them? See the line, Ed?
Yeah, but I think, I guess the issue is when you're talking about something that's confronting you versus you summoning them, right?
So it's an intentionality.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, if an alien lands in my front yard, comes in and asks to use the bathroom, right? I mean, that's not me summoning him here, right? So, I mean, I would hope that he would use a bathroom and leave, right? But who knows? But I think
Yeah.
that's different than sitting on a mountain somewhere with 50 of your buddies that each paid $1,000 a piece to be there, and and then we're all going to chant this chant until the aliens show up, right? There's a big difference there, and it's the same with demons. It's the same with like going to a medium, things like that. Whether it's a fortune teller, whether it's somebody trying to reach your, you know, reach a dead relative or loved one or whatever. I think there's a big difference there, and I think especially with demons, I don't think we go looking for them anyway. I think we just, if we're confronted, we do what you did. You try, right? You trust in Christ and try to remove the demon, but you don't go looking for them. I don't think that's. I don't really think that's something that we should do.
Well, let me ask you something else. Another line, whenever you say you don't go looking for them, what if I say,
Well, that just is common sense too, not just
well, what if I say this? We can go looking for them as long as our intentions are not to gain information from them, but about them. What about that? What do you think? Because there are people out there like the ghost hunters. They are more to go there and try to figure out what's going on. They're investigating.
Yeah,
They're kind of one of the most legitimate of the
yeah,
ghost
but
hunting.
also glory seeking, right? I mean, they got a show about it, right? So it's not like they didn't. It's not like there was no money in it for them already.
Well, okay, let me not use them.
Regular people,
If I search right now, paranormal investigators Oklahoma, you will find a list of people. I've looked through them. Just curious one day, a long time ago, but I've looked through them, and that none of them make any money. They're all there to help other people, and so those type of people, they go there. You know, of course, some of them go there and try to summon the ghost or talk to the ghost or whatever else. But if you're going to try to help somebody, isn't it kind of like somebody who is an exorcist, and he goes to places to help with the exorcism? So in some sense, somebody's there to do something, to confront, to make it leave, kind of like a demon possession. And then maybe there's other people who just study it, like people at the Skinwalker Ranch. They're trying to figure out what's going on. Don't you think that's okay because the intentionality is different?
I yeah, I guess spiritual stuff versus even though I think it's all tied together. And when I was talking about I was specifically talking about exorcisms, right? I think the only time you get into any of this stuff is if you're called to do it. You're called to teach, right? I'm called to teach to some degree. I'm also, I live in El Salvador now for 13 years, and we do work with missionary groups and work with a lady that has kids of prostitutes that she raises. And so that's the kind of stuff that I do, but I'm called to do that. But I believe I'm called by God to do that, just as you're called by God to teach. I believe that. I don't think these people are their occupation is that. But there's a difference between a Christian worldview and just your worldview, right? So these people are free outside of Christianity to do whatever they want. Yeah. I don't think experimenting. I think if you're trying to get things out of a house, if a house is possessed or something like that. I grew up, with the Amityville Horror when I was a kid, and it was a scary movie, scary book. But so if you can get somebody to come in, bless the house, and remove the evil spirits from it, I think that's fine. Yeah, I just don't think the average Christian should be out looking for demons and trying to do it.
Yeah, because that's where the line's at, and that's where you say it's pretty easy probably to cross that line. If you go, hey, there's a abandoned hospital here in Oklahoma that somebody says there's lots of ghosts and demons. If I'm sitting here scratching my head saying that would be really cool, and I just go there and just hang out, maybe I don't even say anything and wait for something to happen. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I am saying that feels very close to being on that line of gaining information beyond what God wants us to. And again, I think we work as Christians in principles. that is more important than the actions, because the principles call us to the actions. They're the reason why we do things. And I do believe that whenever we're getting into this stuff, which we are, of course, I mean, the world is more and more, and I think it's just going to increase. We've got to keep that in mind. We've got to understand that, God's not just saying, I don't want you to know anything. He's just saying, I've got the information that is beyond the spiritual information. Those things are from me alone, and trust in me. And as long as we keep that principle and hold to it strongly, as we move into this time of weird stuff, I think it's always good to remember that principle, because it's one about the authority of God and the trust that we're supposed to have in Him. But it's not about, don't investigate, don't explore, don't try to figure out what's going on in this world, because that is what we're called to do as well.
We're called to have dominion over the world, right? But here's the thing: you go to that hospital, right, and you find out, okay, there really are demons in here, right? And you get possessed. Right? It's dangerous too. It's not the fake stuff and the cool stuff, right? The scary house at the amusement park, the haunted house there, that's fun because it's fake. But we're warned against doing things too, not just because it's a sin, right? It's because this is really dangerous.
Yeah.
What if the thing follows you home?
Yeah.
Because I do believe they're real. They're not all real. Obviously, most of the stuff we hear about is hoax, whether it's UFOs, ghosts, whatever it is, right? Most of it are hoaxes or misunderstandings. But demons aren't your friend, right? There's nothing going to be good. You go there to be scared, and who knows what can happen, right?
It is. And that, again, the intentionality is very iffy whenever you talk about stuff like that. But at the same time, it's really good during this time, though, to remember that principle, to remember, God telling us that. I mean, he says it in principle in general, and he says it, in specific when he's talking about going to mediums and spiritualists. Don't do that stuff. I should have had that scripture ready. I don't, but it's in Leviticus somewhere. But having said all that, here we are talking about this stuff, and it shows us just talking about it like this is not crossing the line. We're trying to figure stuff out. We are investigating the world, like you said. We are having dominion over the world, and therefore that we've gone 1 hour so far talking about it, because there's so much, and we could talk about it for another few hours. But let me now put all these things together and ask you the question.
I do want to say one other thing, but it'll make you cranky.
You want to what?
I want to say one other thing about the whole idea of the demons and all that stuff. But
go ahead.
It's going to make you cranky though. If we go and we read in First Enoch about the Watchers, right, and all that they taught man to do, right?
Hey, listen. This is what I was going to get into. So, right now, I'm pausing for a second and going to close, but I'm going to reopen. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm not shutting anything down. I just want this to be broken up into two podcasts.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Ed, we are going to have to stop for now, and we will continue this conversation.
Okay.
Because we got so much more to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been great. This is just a preamble, folks, to what we can talk about this. And now we're going to kind of move into more of our theories and trying to work it in with the Bible and what may be going on in the background. Right. And I think this next one will really kind of blow you away, get you out of your box, not because we know we're right about it, but because we know we're right about we don't know. And that's going to be the thing. So join us next time for this. Thanks, Ed, for being here.
You bet.
Okay, just a little break here. I'm gonna open this up, and this is not gonna go on the.
It still says it's live.
Yeah, it's still live. I'm staying live. Whenever I edit it and put it up on Spotify and everything, it's gonna be edited.
I'm gonna grab some water though. If you're gonna.
What's that?
Can I grab some water before?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Folks, we're taking a break. We'll be back in just a minute.
I'm ready whenever you are.
If you're here, we're getting ready to start. Once again, there is Ed. I'm going to check over here and see if I can open this up real quick. There we go. See if we can get some comments. I don't know where Lisa said plausible deniability, probably about the government.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
little
right.
bit ago.
That's absolutely right.
Good comment. If you want to comment, put them right there. Oh, she commented from Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube or on Twitter, I believe you can comment, and we'll be able to see these, and I'll put these up if it's a good comment. If it's a bad comment, I will not. No, I'm not putting all the comments up. Okay, ready?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we are back for Theology Unplugged. Welcome. It is great to see you. Great to have you. We are continuing with Ed, my buddy, talking about aliens. We went an hour last time. You got to listen to it. It's really great. It's a preamble to everything, and just trying to set us up to be able to talk about what on earth is going on, about UFOlogy, trying to understand what it is that we believe, how it is that we are to interact, how it is that we're to think about it, how it is that we're to tell other people about it whenever they ask these questions, and how it is that this fits into our theology. Because if something's happening, it fits some way. Okay, some truth is out there. There is truth out there that is objective truth. And then we try to subjectively mirror that objective truth the best we can with the sources that God has given to us. And so we're looking at this stuff, and I hope you're joining us and you're interested in this, because it is a theological issue. It is a theological claim. It is not just something that's going on out there that you can ignore. You can ignore it, but it's just like ignoring technology. You know, you're putting your head in the sand, and you're not, as Ed told us last time, you are not exercising dominion that God gave us on this earth. And that's what we're trying to do. I mean, it's totally interesting to me. I try not to spend too much time on this stuff, but I probably spend too much. I do spend too much time on it, but it's interesting to me, and I want to learn. I want to fit things in my theology. I want to teach. I want to think. I want to think about these things and be able to respond to people and give them some type of plausible understanding of how it fits within our worldview. Now, Ed is coming in, and I'm going to tell Ed a story real quick that I think will help us. I should have found this video. Okay, I'm bringing you in,
Okay.
and on the recording, I'm going to pause this,
Okay.
because I want to bring this in. I'll talk to you about it in a second. We are not on break, friends. I'm just trying to send something over to Ed. See all. Nope, I don't want albums. I want recents. Here it is. Okay. Air. I hope you have this. You're gonna love it.
Where did you?
But it's a great introduction to what we're talking about. So everybody, hang with me, okay? You want to hear this? You want to see this? This thing that I am uploading. You're gonna Ed and have him discuss with me. All right, there it came, and let's add it. Plus local video. Okay, I gotta move it into my download. Hold. I should have been more prepared. See, this is the stuff I want to be able to do quickly without, and I don't know. I just want to stream things a lot better.
You got to talk to your producer about this stuff.
Yeah. I don't know where it went, Ed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're sending it to me or uploading it to play through the
Well,
browser.
I thought it would go over to my photos. I sent it to my iMac, and I heard it sent. Let me look. I didn't watch it whenever it came over. There it is. Camaro Theologian iPhone, because I am the Camaro Theologian. Show in Finder. Okay, here we go. It did not show in Finder. It says it showed in Finder. I'm trying to work through a Mac, and Ed is a great big fan of Macs.
Just Apple in general.
I'm not a great fan of Macs either, but most of my stuff is Macs. Okay, I'll try this for just another minute, and then if it doesn't work, I am going to just narrate there. Where'd it go? 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 Okay, I got it. I found it. Here we go. Okay, now, let me make sure this is in there. There it is. Okay. So I'm starting again for the recording. So, Ed, now what I'm going to show you is something you've probably already seen. I mean, it's very popular. Lots of people have seen it. And I'm not saying watch this because I think it's true. There's another one that's a little bit more weird, that the claims of truthfulness are different. This one, it came out maybe in the 90s, and it is something that scared people a lot. I think this represents, Ed, what it is that we're scared will happen to somebody's. And I hope I can find the spot, but watch this, okay?
Wow, sir. Are you scared of me? Because you should be. Okay, so you say you're from the
This is a conversation with the alien.
of humans. You also say you're a different species. So, which one is, are you a descendant of humans or not? English. Answer me. If you don't answer, I'll administer another radioscope only until your system collapses. Do you understand? Now, how do you speak with? So you just picked up English, just like that, because you're so smart, right? Right. So you can know the origin of the universe, but you did not provide an explanation. So I ask you again, how was the universe created? Answer the question. Really? But you can't create something out of nothing. Here it is. You can make something from nothing. Wait, you contradict yourself. So Wait, but you said...
Okay, that video is a little bit longer. It goes on for a while, but I thought it was very interesting, Ed, because whenever we're talking about this stuff, it kind of represents the world, the fear that enters people, that somehow these people will have information, and if they're from another planet, if they're another species, if they've been able to travel here and they have the technology, and suddenly it like makes them legitimate to answer these questions, almost like you have died and you see somebody and you say, hey, what's it like in the afterlife? Or even talking to ghosts, to spiritualists. And now this interview with this alien seems to be the thing that people may be scared of. What if an alien did come and you asked him these questions and he said what he said? You see what I'm saying? Isn't that interesting?
Well, I think it is. I think that it's just hard to get past that these are hoaxes. You know what I mean? But the conversation itself is interesting. But an alien, if it's an alien, it's another created being, right? I mean, in a sense. But I guess the hard part is technically, right? We use the word ET, right? Extraterrestrial. But aren't all spiritual beings extraterrestrial by definition? They're not from here, right? They're spiritual beings. They're from heaven, or some are going to hell, right? So isn't all of that technically alien anyway?
Yeah, I mean that's obviously a view that people can take. I guess maybe I'm trying to think through what are all the options. Option number one, these are people from other planets that have evolved. Okay, so that's the first one, and kind of whenever that video, it probably feels like that is what they are trying to communicate. They know those people and they're beyond us. Now that's option number one. Now option number two is that the government is lying. Option number three is that this is some type of demonic activity. Now you say it's something that is from a different dimension, possibly. And whenever you say something from a different dimension, are you talking about demons? Are you talking about, what are you talking about there?
I'm just talking about outside of our realm of vision, sight. Right? In other words, God has to be outside of the universe, right?
Yeah.
He created the universe. So the spiritual beings, the sons of God, the hosts of heaven, angels, demons, whatever you want to call them, are outside of dimension. They can come in. We can't go out. Right? They do come they come in and interact with the world. The watchers that report back to God in Job and Zacharias are clearly sent by God. They report back to God. They report to Him in heaven. That heaven.
Now, whenever you say the watchers, that's probably something new to people. A lot of people, even Christians, have never really heard that. Maybe they passed through it in the Bible and didn't think much of it. But you said the watchers. What's that?
You only see the actual words, really, I guess, in Daniel is where they're actually called watchers. But there's angels in Job, right? We always say it was Satan, right? But it was really the Satan, right? In the Old Testament, it's not a proper name in the Old Testament. But in the beginning of Job, what's Job do? God says, the sons of God are meeting, and Satan, goes to God, and God asks him, "What were you doing?" He says, "Moving to and fro."
It's the accuser, right? The accuser.
Yeah, it's the accuser, right. And but the point is, he says he's going to and fro on the earth, and basically checking out what's going on, and that's the beginning of Job, right? So he would, in that case, when I say watchers, I'm talking about like what is it, Zechariah? Look it up. It's 1:9, I think it is. And my bad. One 7 to 9. But basically, it says the angel who talked with me said to me, "I will show you what they are." Because he asked, "Who are these people on the horses?" He says, These are they whom the Lord has sent to patrol the earth. And they answered, the angel of the Lord who was standing among the myrtle trees, and said, "We have patrolled the earth, and behold, all the earth remains at rest." Okay, so they're reporting back and forth to God what's going on in the earth, and so that's who the watchers are. They're angels that report the goings on on earth back to God.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just editing. I'm going to edit. I'll edit this out, maybe. Or maybe I just won't care. This light keeps on going out. Okay. I'm just not going to use this light. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll get some natural light in here. Where were you reading from? Hold on. Hello? I can't hear you. Suddenly, I can't hear you.
There you go. Sorry.
Well, there you go. Okay. Ed, what were you reading from?
It's ESV Zechariah chapter 1, and I kind of read just the middle of verse 9 to 11.
Okay. So that was in the Bible what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now let me guide. Let me take you to a place. At least this is kind of my view. And we've talked about this over the phone or on text. We've gone back and forth, and this is kind of the main thing that I said. Let's wait until we get on our podcast to do this, because I want the conversation to be really the first time we've talked about it in this way since all this stuff has happened, and make it more unplugged at least. But okay, so here's my deal, Ed. I think you're going to agree with me. I think we're in the same place. I'm not positive, but I know we're close to the same place, but we're not. We may not be in the exact same place. But here's my thinking, because you like you said, you called them the Watchers. The Bible does. You talked about Satan being the name of a noun of an accuser, the Satan. It just became, Satan after that. And, that may have been the same Satan. Who knows, right?
Right. Yeah, we're not sure, but it could be.
But you've got him. You've got this group called angels, which also is a designation of what they do, not who they are, right?
Right. It's not ontological. It's an office. It's a role, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I think the mistake that we make probably... And you also got demons. That's kind of the way we put it. Somewhere you got people, animals, angels, demons. Those are our categories of higher beings,
Right.
and that's the only thing we have.
Yeah.
So here's the deal: you come in and you say the Watchers. All of a sudden, you say, "Well, what are the Watchers?" And you say, "Well, the Bible talks about them," and you say, "Okay, they're just an angel, right?" Here's my view. No, not necessarily. I mean, angel simply means messenger, and they may not be messenger, but angel is not a species. Okay, I'm starting with that, and I want to build on that. Angel is not a species. Demons may not be what we think they are. I'm going to let you break that one. Most people haven't heard this, but I think it's pretty legitimate. But I don't think demons are what we think they are. You're going to have to hang out to figure out what demons are. But they're not a species either. Well, they may be. They're actually, to me, qualify more for a species than angels do. But maybe they're not fallen angels. But so you've got this creation, and God talks about the host of heaven, and we automatically assume those categories: angels, people, animals, and demons. But what if God is doing a lot more than that? And he just didn't tell us. He did tell us some things, because he does have his counsel. He does have things that are going on that are weird, that don't fit within the worldview. In 2 Kings, I believe it is, whenever he calls and says, who will go down and be a deceiving spirit to Ahab. And one of the people that were around him said, or one of the beings that were around him said, I'll go be a deceiving spirit, and tell him what it is that's going to mess him up. And so God told him to go do that. And so then you got all that and you just said it. Satan is walking around in heaven, or at least in front of God, in the dimension of God. So you've got all these beings that are in heaven, not necessarily angels. But you got to say they are a creation of God, and God has done a lot more than we think he has. And so you've got this thing that opens up that God has created a lot more species, and maybe they're in heaven with him, but maybe they're somewhere else as well. I mean, somewhere in a different dimension. This is going to be the weird thing, Ed. Okay, let's mix the two. Let's say these are real aliens. These are real people. They're not angels. They're not demons. Let me just put that out there for a second. You know my view on ghosts. I think ghosts are real. I don't think they're all demons. I think some of them are, but I think a lot of them are actually just fallen or unredeemed souls of people waiting for judgment. But that's a different subject. We can talk about that sometime. But this is something that I've been thinking about recently, and I'm just playing with it. So this is not necessarily my view, but it's one of the what ifs, and I like the what ifs. I think those things are the most fun to bring in because I like to expand my understanding of the infinite God, of our infinite God, who is inscrutable, who we will be learning about for all eternity, and then think he's doing other things out there. This is not it. We assume this is it. Now I do believe this. Let me start with this foundational element and put the nail, hang this up and it's staying there. I do believe there's something different about humans than all other species, simply because Christ became a human forever in order to redeem us. That is crazy. That I still can't believe that. So it's amazing, and I think humans were created. It's very good, and I assume, I'm not positive, I assume there's something really more in his image about us. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm not trying to say our humans are the best or racist or whatever you would call them.
Barry said we're the best.
What's that?
Barry said we're the best humans. So.
I didn't hear it. Carrie said we're the best?
Yeah, she just posted on...
Oh, there's Carrie. Yes, we're the best. I actually talking to Carrie about this just last night. But I think there's something special, so I'm hanging that up. But I don't know whether or not, let's say there's another dimension, and I don't even know how to define dimension. Okay, I'm just using that word, but it's something that is outside of outside of the way we exist right now. Maybe parallel, maybe far away. I don't know. Dimensions don't need spatial categories. At least I don't think they do. I mean, we don't know this stuff. We're discovering, and it's interesting and it's fun, and I can't wait to hear more. And I think this is part of our discovery. That's why I get so excited about it. But what if there are other creation of God? And here's a weird thing I'm going to say, Ed. What if there's another creation of God that is somewhat like humans? They look like the Greys, let's say, even though most of them say that.
You didn't mention the Nordics, right?
No. What are those?
The Nordics are the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed ones.
I think that's the last one I mentioned that I talked about that said they were humanoids. Yeah, they put those together sometimes.
A lot of people call them the Nordics because
I didn't mention the Men in Black. Yeah, I did mention the Men in Black because I said they were similar to that. But let's say that there are other species out there in different dimensions, and let's be really weird, okay? It's going to sound weird at first, but I do think there's no reason not to believe this, and I think you're going to agree.
Okay.
What if you got angels, that whatever species angels are, and they seem to be different species because I don't know if they procreate. I don't think they do, but they may have. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the angels came down and had sex with women, and I do take that view of Genesis chapter 6. And they actually produce, but we'll get to that in a little bit. I know Ed wants to get to that. But what if you have...
real interesting on that, though, too. For the people who take the Sethite view and the verse they generally use. So we'll talk about them when we get to it.
Yeah, good. So here I'm ending it right here. This is the end of my monologue, but I just want to present this. What if you have all of these other species that God created? He's doing stuff. He's not just with us. We're special, but whatever. And those things, those beings, even the angels, work kind of similar to we do. They exist in a time. They have existed for a certain amount of time. They are enjoying God and God's presence if they love God. However, God is dealing with them and their righteousness, He's dealing with it. That's for sure. I don't know how He is. They may be good ones, there may be bad ones, just like here on the earth. Um, and what if they have, along with the angels, have technology, and that's how they exist? I mean, we automatically think, oh, it's another being from heaven, so it can fly, it can go through walls, it can, we assume all this stuff that is just really odd, that it doesn't have to use other things. Whenever it travels, it can disappear and reappear somewhere else. I don't think that this is necessarily true. I think that whenever you're talking about demons, whenever you're talking about angels, whenever you're talking about other beings, they follow the rules of physics. They have to. There is a rule of physics. I don't know what it's like. It's probably
unless
similar
we
to
don't
ours.
understand, unless our laws of physics aren't fully fleshed out, and there's things that that they know that we don't know, and I'm not.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and so let's say they are advanced to such a degree that now they have figured out how to make a portal. I know it sounds weird, but let's just consider it. They make a portal and go through the portal, and then they're with us, and they are like, whoa, okay, there is another. They go back and tell all their scientists and everything, and then you have the laws or whatever that tell you can't go through the portal in this place, in this country, but in another country you can't, just like us. But the people, maybe they're rebelling, going through the portal, coming here, or maybe they are trying to help us.
So you're saying they're illegal aliens? Is what you're saying?
What's that?
You're saying they're illegal aliens? Is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
I'm just saying they're in rebellion from their society. Maybe their society has laws that say you cannot go through portals because, I mean, it's just like we would have laws if we discovered a time machine or something. You can't go to the time machine and mess up the past or something like that. But what I'm saying here is, why do we assume it's just these three species, and this is the way these other species are? Like angels don't have technology, don't need technology, don't enjoy technology. We're not put in control, in dominion over anything that they needed to advance. But isn't that part of God, part of the being like God? And aren't these people, don't we assume they are somewhat in the image of God, and therefore they would have technology? God wouldn't just give them all this information. And so you see where I'm going, Ed. I'm trying to open the door and say, maybe it's angels, maybe it's demons, but maybe it's another species that is an actual other species that has technology that is advanced to be able to figure out how to break the time barrier or make a portal.
Right.
What do you think of that?
Well, again, to me, I think it's possible. Like I said in the very beginning, right? I think that God has the ability, certainly, to create other planets. If He created us, He created the universe. He can do whatever He wants, and He's certainly capable of doing. So I don't. My only thing is, like I said before, just seems like He would have let us know if it was even going to be possible for them to reach us. He doesn't have to let us know. I just think it adds a big level of confusion to us. If there's God has life on other planets, they can reach us, and He doesn't tell us about them. Do they have assembly lines for I think they do. They're just not made. They're probably in China, mostly, or the equivalent, right? But so I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to the idea that God, like the Bible is God's. The Bible's the revelation of God in our life, in our world, right? In this creation. God created the universe, but the Bible is about what's going on here. If there is another planet that has people on it that we would call aliens, and I was only kidding about the illegal aliens. I just thought it was kind of, anyway. But they probably have their own Bible, and maybe their Bible, right? So I'm going along your line, right? So in that scenario, maybe they know, hey, I've created people over here, and here's how you can get to them. I have no idea, but it's speculation. I don't think it changes anything. I just feel like it's odd if God didn't let us know.
Yeah, I do too. I totally agree. I totally agree.
It could be a great perception.
It is odd. It is odd, and that's one of the things that hangs up a little bit on me. But at the same time, I'm always like, well, he doesn't have to. I'm not saying I take this view, but I'm completely with you on this and the idea that it just doesn't seem like it.
Right.
And I think that's fine to think that, but I think it's important for us to open our mind. Carrie says, do they have assembly lines for interdimensional vehicles? I think they do. No, I don't say I think they do. I think it's absolutely possible. Now, and then she also asked, do they have vehicles somewhere? Do they have build that extra dimensional wall? That's something different. But listen, this is in Ezekiel chapter 1. Ezekiel sees God. This is the time whenever God comes to him. And you know that whenever people see ghosts, whenever people see these vehicles, it seems to be there's very common things that happen. One of them obviously is light, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then another one is very odd descriptions. We call them cigars. What else do we call them? We call them cigars, and what else?
Tic Tacs, right?
Tic Tacs. So, I mean, I saw a Tic Tac in the sky. I saw a cigar in the sky because that's all we see. We don't know what else to call them. We can't call them a Chevrolet Camaro, which that'd be awesome if they have a Chevrolet Camaro that can fly. I'll get one someday. But we don't call them something because we don't know what they are. Now, Ezekiel is sitting here. And there's other common things. You got cold. People get cold even whenever they see Bigfoot. There's all the same types of stuff happen. And what's interesting to me from a scientific standpoint and just observing is that these things always happen or almost always happen in places that there are high electromagnetic fields.
Mm-hmm.
The EMF is high. You can take an EMF reader and it goes off the charts. And so there's something about electromagnetism that they either produce or they need. That's the thing that it seems to be. I'm not saying that's my view. I don't know what's going on, but I do take the observations and I do take all the data that we have, and I have to say this is part of the data, and it makes me scratch my head. So having said that everybody sees kind of similar stuff, listen to what Isaiah says. And I'm not saying they're all seeing God, but listen to what he says whenever he does see God. He says, Ezekiel, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Says, I looked and saw a windstorm coming from the north. This is chapter 1, verse 4. There was a big cloud with lightning from it and a bright light around it. So he's describing the best he can what he saw. Okay, just imagine this in your mind. Inside the fire was something like shining brass, and the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. They looked like men, but each one of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. No legs were straight, and their feet were like those of a calf. They shine bright as brass. Under their wings, their 4 sides were hands like a man's. Isn't this crazy? This definition that is just bizarre, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, he hasn't said that they were smoking cigars, but but the thing is, he's just describing something the best he can. And their wings touched one another. Their faces did not turn when they moved. Each one moved straight ahead. As for their faces, they looked like each one 4 faces of a man, a face of a lion, a face of on the right side, a face of a bull on the left side, a face of an eagle. Such were the faces. The wings spread out above, and they had 2 wings touching one another, each one covering their bodies, and they went straight ahead. And the place where the spirit would go, they would turn without turning as they went, or they would go without turning as they went. But so he's talking about this thing just moving really crazy. Isn't it crazy? He's talking about how it jumped and did things that we can't understand when we're seeing these UFOs, how they move, the physics we don't understand, because they can be going 30,000 miles an hour and just immediately be going 30,000 miles an hour the other way. And so I'm not saying this is a UFO, but here's what I'm saying is that this is an object. It's unidentified, and he's describing it the best he can. And so it's a spiritual thing, but it's something that God is using to travel. Of course, God can appear and God can do whatever he wants,
Right.
but we are ruled by the laws of physics until God comes in and miraculously does things to us. Philip, was transported from one place to another in order to spread the gospel. That was not because we have that power now. That's not because the physics have changed, just because God produced a miracle for that individual circumstance. Otherwise, he should have traveled, he should have walked, he should have gotten a horse, whatever, a camel. He usually would. And the idea is all of God's creatures probably have vehicles that they have to travel in.
Yeah, I don't know if they have to or not, because they're just like with the story in Genesis, right? They took on human form to have sex with the women.
Well, it doesn't say they took on human form.
No, but I mean, if they had, they didn't. Did they put? It says they had sex with the women.
Well, I know, but why do you say they took on human form to do that? Maybe they already had at least that capability within their species.
I think that's a stretch. But anyway, I mean, they take on.
You think mine is a stretch that say they naturally had this stuff, and yours is not a stretch that they came down here and morphed into having a penis?
Yeah, when God and the two angels went to visit Abraham, right
Yeah.
before, and they ended up going to Lot, right? The two angels go to Lot, and they sat there and they ate and they drank with Abraham. Do you think that's their natural form?
Yes, I do.
You think that they're physical beings in the spiritual world?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's some type of physicality to them. I don't know how to describe I don't know how to describe a non-corporeal being. I don't think that can exist in any universe because it's basically describing nothing. When we describe a spirit, it is somewhere. There is geography to it, some type of geography. It has some type of extension in space. And so therefore we can't just say spiritual as if, I'm a spiritual person and that means just this nothing, it's a different way of using spirit. I'm not saying I have a spirit. Whenever I say I'm a spiritual person, when we talk about having a spirit, we're talking about something, not just an invisible something, not just something that you can't see, but is otherwise everything like us or has its own shape, but you can't see it. That doesn't make any sense. So my thoughts here, and again, I mean, I may be talking about this with a raised voice and excited. It doesn't mean I know this for sure.
I know your techniques.
But okay, so yeah, I do believe they probably had a penis. I do believe that they probably had a sex drive because they looked down and they saw the daughters of men were beautiful. What does that mean? They lusted after them. And it's not like they produced that lust right there just to sin against God. I think they were tempted. There was a real temptation because they had the faculties to do that.
Yeah, I definitely think they were tempted. Well, what about Jude? Right, we know that Jude is referring back to the Genesis 6 story, right? Now let's see here. Jude 6, chapter 1, obviously there's only one chapter. And the angels who did not stay within their own position of authority, but left their proper dwelling, he is kept in eternal chains under gloomy darkness till the judgment of the great day. So Jude, he mentions that, but where does he get that from? Where does Peter get that from? They both get it from First Enoch, because First Enoch gives a lot of detail, a ton of detail about what happened.
Right? Yeah, Enoch, folks, is a apocryphal work. That simply means that all the apocrypha is that which was created, and when we're talking about the Old Testament apocrypha, which just means veiled. But the apocrypha is that which was written in between the Old Testament and the New Testament. It's sometimes called the Greek canon, and the Greek canon has a lot of things in it. And the Book of Enoch is one of those. And the Book of Enoch, you got First Maccabees and the Book of Enoch. There's a couple more, but they were all very well respected books. The Book of Enoch is an important book for, I believe it's very important for Christians to read. Just like I say, I think it's important to read the early church fathers, or it's important to read St. Augustine or Calvin, whatever it is, it's like that. I'm not saying it's inspired, but I am saying that it presents a view that seems to be, just like Ed is saying here, seems to be affirmed in the New Testament. That's not the only place. There's a couple of places where Enoch is referred to, and we at least know this, that whenever Jesus was here on the earth, he knew about Enoch. He knew about the traditions that Enoch wrote about and what was going on. I'm not saying Enoch wrote it. I don't know who wrote it. I think it's just the traditions of Enoch, but at the same time, that's the reason why he's quoting it, because not because we believe it's inspired, but because we believe it has truth to it. We're not sure how much, but it seems to have enough truth, at least, for the apostles and Jesus to have believed the traditions of it. Okay,
Right.
sorry, long thing.
No, it's good though, because, and then Carrie just said Christ makes reference to it, and Jude directly quotes it in whatever. A couple verses later, he quotes Enoch. I believe it's 1:9. But yeah, there's the ancient Jews. This is the stuff they read, right? They read this stuff. They had the Torah, right? They had some people. There was some people had the scrolls, right? And they would go, and the priests would read the scrolls, but this other literature was read by people and understood. And so when you go back to bibliology and you talk about authorial intent, right, and who the original audience was, a lot of things that seem so confusing to us is because the author's making a statement that he expected the audience to already know what he's talking about. We today, especially because Enoch got pushed aside along with all the other apocryphal books, we don't know a lot of the references because we don't read that literature. Mm-hmm. So if you do read that literature, it opens up more things, because now you're thinking more like the person that the scripture was actually written to.
I think you're absolutely right. And you're talking about I'm not saying well, you're talking about basic hermeneutics, really. You know, it's just how to study the Bible. It's very, very important. Trying to understand the background. But okay, so Enoch talks about this stuff, and okay, so yes, Jude quotes Enoch. I believe that, of course, I believe Jude, and so it makes me respect Enoch. And so, but there's nothing in Enoch that tells me that they are non-physical or don't have extension in space, at least.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me. There is something. So let's go to, first of all, that with the Sethite view. I don't know if Carrie's serious or not. But anyway,
yeah, so Carrie's serious. Carrie does believe in the Sethite view.
Okay. So
here's a question that may fit in. Let's see here. What if Chip says, what if God is revealing new truths? His revelations are not complete after all, are they? Well, of course not. But the revelation of salvation, the soteriological history that was canonized and we hold to be dogma, is completed, and so that purpose is completed. But absolutely not is his revelation completed. You're exactly right. So good statement. I threw in there. I wanted to get Chip sometime. So
yes,
go ahead.
It's great to see Chip back on here. It is funny to have a couple of the original TTPers here. 18 years later, or 20 years, whatever. So anyway, let me open up something. Oh, I want to just go with this one thing though, about not about Enoch necessarily, but about the different view, right? The different view of Genesis 6:1-4, right? So
you're running away from my statement about the angels having penises. I'm just making that clear to the audience.
Okay, I know, but that's just look real quick.
Okay.
So,
where are we going?
Okay, so where most people go when they say that Genesis 6:1-4 can't be true because the angels can't have sex is they generally go to Matthew, right? Yeah. 22, 29, and 30, right? And I'll read that real quick. I'm sorry, I have a cold, so my voice isn't very good. It says, but Jesus answered them, you are wrong.
Wait. What's this passage again? Say one more time.
Matthew 22, 29, and 30.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Okay. So it says, but Jesus answered them, you are wrong because you know neither the scriptures nor the power of God. For in the resurrection, they neither marry or neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. That's the verse. So if you're generally, if you're trying to deny Genesis 6:1-4 is really about the fallen angels having sex with women. Would you agree with that or not?
I would say that that's about fallen angels not marrying women in the context of what the question was. The question has to do with the Mosaic law, you know, where you take a brother's wife if he dies so that you can take care of her. And the idea was more responsibility. I don't think they were saying, which one is he going to have sex with in heaven? Or, you know, he had sex with this girl, and this girl. I don't think that was the theme, and I don't think it's necessarily implied either. Because I would say that if they're like the angels, that does not mean they don't have sex. It means they don't marry.
So you think they do have sex in heaven?
Well, I think yes. Here's what I'd say. I think they have sexual drives, whatever this species was. I don't know about other species. Okay. There could be lots of species that don't, but I think this particular species that fell in Genesis chapter 6 did have a sex drive, and they, in that sense, in some sense, from their perspective, they committed bestiality. And it was odd too. I don't think they produced the power to have sperm that would coincide with that would work. I think they probably already had this stuff, and for some reason it did work. Now, of course, I could be wrong about this stuff, but my thing is to you and everybody else: why would my view not be considered just as much as anybody else's?
Okay, can I finish this?
No.
So, I'm going to get to it in a second. I'm trying to.
All right.
So in the verse, right, in 29, Jesus says, "You are wrong because you know neither the scriptures nor the power of God." So he says, you don't know the scripture. Then in 30, he says, "For in the resurrection, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like the angels in heaven." The question is, where in scripture is verse 30?
Now, okay, wait. Let me go to it real quick.
Okay.
At the resurrection, people will neither marry nor be given in marriage. They will be like the angels in heaven. Now, wait a minute. I don't understand what you just asked. You just asked, where in scripture is this particular scripture I just read? Right. And I'm like, you know, it's right there.
No. I know. I said besides that verse. Because in 29, Jesus says you're wrong because you know neither the scriptures nor the power of God. So he's saying, you guys don't know the scripture. That's why you're making this mistake, that they're not going to get married.
Okay. Ed, that is really cool. I never really thought about that.
Okay,
that is true. That's true. And now I want to hear what you have to say. Where in scripture? Do you have an answer to that?
I do. Otherwise, I brought it up.
Give it to me.
It's not in the canon, but it's in the ancient writings.
Okay. Well, I understand that, but go ahead with this.
First Enoch 15. Verse 5-7. Therefore, he's talking to the angels. He's replying to Enoch, who has the angels that were locked up are asking Enoch to go and petition God for him. Okay, in this chapter. So therefore, have I given them wives? He's talking about the people. I've given them wives also that they might impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life and immortal for all generations of the world. Therefore, I have not appointed wives for you. For as for the spiritual ones of heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. Right? And then he goes on and talks about, and now the giants who were produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth. That's where demons come from, according to Enoch. Specifically demons. It's the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim.
Okay. You said something really big. We are going to take that up again in just a moment, but go ahead with this. We're still on, do angels have penises?
Okay. Well, I mean, how do you not see that in what I just read to you, that
I didn't even hear the word penis.
Because how do you say something that you don't have? He's saying
No,
that they
I'm not. I'm not. I'm saying that says the same thing. They don't marry. And you said, I think you emphasized that they're spiritual beings. And okay, I would say this. I would say, what does that mean? And Paul in Corinthians calls us, we're going to be raised with a spiritual body. Is it physical? Yes, it is. And so spiritual does not necessarily mean non-physical in those contexts. It means in concert with God. So that is what, in those contexts, I believe that's what it means. You are in concert with God, meaning you have a relationship with Him established, and you're set.
We're going to have to agree to disagree on this because you like sex too much to be reasonable.
I do, dude. I do, and I admit that, and I admit there's a very strong bias going on right now. But at the same time, honestly, I do say this. I say there's no reason. I had a podcast on this. There's no reason not to believe that there will be sex in heaven. There will just not be marriage. The only reason we say that is because of that particular passage. But I'm not saying I know what it is. I mean, who's the theologian that talks about this? He says something great. He says something like, you can compare sex down here to eating a potato chip compared to in heaven chocolate. And so there's something going to be like it, eating on both of those. I don't know. He said it better than I did, but it's just whatever it is, it's better in heaven. It's not like he gives us something that is special down here, very important for establishing a relationship and something that's incredibly intimate. And then he says, nope, you don't get that. I know it was really great down there, and it may have been one of the greatest things that connected you because relationships are so important, but I'm not giving you anything like that now. So I think in heaven there will be sex. I do believe we will have penises. I can't tell you how it's going to work out, but it will work out somehow. I say I do believe. Why couldn't there be? And it's something that I think we've built a box in that maybe is outside of that box. And I think the angels in Genesis chapter 6 are an example of that these angels lusted. They had a reason to lust. There was something in their brain, chemicals in their brain, whatever it is that works like ours. And they said, those women are beautiful. I'm going to go down and have sex with them. We can empathize with the feeling of wanting to have sex. And therefore we say, well, they had to have built within them some way to fulfill this feeling, whether it was sinful or not. And they did. They went down there and had sex and had babies. Therefore, they had penises.
Okay.
Boom. Where's the mic?
You convinced yourself, so.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree on that. But I think we are in agreement on this. Number one, and this is one of the important things that I think you have to establish. Me and Ed, I think we do agree, right, about Genesis chapter 6, that those were really spiritual beings.
Yeah. They were really spiritual. Yeah, they were angels.
Yeah,
or fallen sons of God.
Yeah, I don't know if they were angels.
No, I mean, generically speaking. We put them in that category, and it's fine too sometimes. But please understand, in this particular podcast, I've been separating some of those things out, and so when we hear that, well, I may accidentally say they're angels, but I didn't mean that. I'm not sure whether they are angels, and that's kind of what Ed's doing the same thing. Yeah, I would say sons of God, right?
Yeah, me too.
Says, right, and so that would be in the hierarchy.
But they weren't humans, right?
No, they're not. They're definitely not humans.
Okay, let's talk about that for a minute, because I think this is going to lead us. We're talking about aliens here, folks. We're talking about UFOs, but we're building towards something important.
When you talk about aliens, right, you also have to think about, what about all the alien abductions?
Yes, very much.
And how does that fit with Genesis 6?
Isn't it crazy? I mean, we're sitting here talking about alien abductions with a straight face.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I have a straight face right now, folks. And it's something that if you deny these things right now, or if you accept these things right now, no matter what, you're going to be called something crazy. So we don't have a choice but to be crazy anymore. You can stick your head in the sand again, but that's not what we do as children of God, as people who are in dominion over the earth, as people who are fulfilling God's will. We want to discover. But But okay, so angels came down, had sex with humans, and now here's the deal, Ed, is that I think that, and I think you're with me again, I think that the Nephilim, and what is it, the Raphaim?
Yeah, Nephilim, Raphaim.
Yeah, both of those mentioned in the Bible. Those were they were the children of this union, of
Right.
this from an angelic standpoint, bestiality, crossing of species that was not supposed to happen. And I do believe that they were giants.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how tall they were, but I think they were a lot taller than 9 feet, because it seems to be said in certain ways that they were. But and then you go to the Book of Enoch, and you read through the Book of Enoch, and then the Book of the Giants. And these books tell us a whole lot about these species, and it forms, as Ed said earlier, the background information to Christ and the apostles. And I'm not saying they believed all of it, but we know they read it, and we know they seem to generally accept the assumptions of the Book of Enoch. And that is incredibly interesting, folks. It's something that's so important for just your understanding of the New Testament in general, but also for what we're talking about here right now, because I think it has relevance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo,
Absolutely. And,
you do.
oh yeah, it definitely does. That's why I brought it up, and because it's the idea of the Nephilim. Sorry, my cat just jumped in my window. The idea of the Nephilim being, they're separate. So let me go back to the idea of the sons of God, right? That is it, if it was on ancient aliens or whatever, right? They would call that an abduction.
Okay,
The alien,
wait. We've gone 2 hours. We need to take a break again. Is that okay? Hey, listen, is it okay if we pick that up? Because the Nephilim is a great place to start.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, you're fine to stay.
Yeah, my wife went to Honduras with my son, so it's just
okay. Good. I didn't know it was going to go this long. I expected maybe 30 minutes, but like I said, we can keep on going forever. Okay, hold on. All right, we're going to take. No, that's not what I want to say. Listen, folks, we need to stop here. It doesn't mean we're stopping for good. We've got more to talk about, and we're going to pick it back up talking about the Nephilim next time and what they are. And you won't believe what we say about them, about the Nephilim, and what we do both. I think both of us would agree, we're pretty sure is correct. These Nephilim were much more than you think they were. We'll see. You have to wait, or you have to join us next time for that. Thank you for joining us this time. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to go to my Patreon page, Patreon/C Michael Patton. You can find me just about anywhere just by putting C Michael Patton. Twitter, Facebook, Patreon. Just put that in, and then you can find me. Subscribe there, become a member, and help us out. That would be really great. Ed, I will see you in next time. Thank you for joining us. Okay, let's see here, Ed. We're taking a break for a minute. All right. I know you already know. I know you already know that. Let me bring up the break thing, captions. We will be right back. Show. Okay, Ed, you about ready?
Yeah, I'm good. Whatever you want.
Doesn't this work out perfect, me having to look this way to look at you?
It throws me off because I think there's somebody else in your room. That's why sometimes I'm like, oh wait, he's talking to me. Because you look like,
It kind of works out good.
yeah.
Well, only if you were looking at me.
I'll sit this way.
That'd be perfect. You need to get another computer and have it come from a different camera or a different camera. That's what you need.
Yeah. Next time, I have my laptop.
Okay, let's start. You ready?
Yeah.
Welcome to Theology Unplugged. I'm Michael Patton, and we are continuing our series on UFOlogy, the bizarre stuff that's going on, the stuff that is in our culture that is making us scratch our head and sometimes, really excites us. I think it's exciting in a very real way, but we're just trying to ask the question, what on earth is going on? I have, as you can see, Ed with me again, and he is my guest because he is not only do we talk about this, not only has he studied a lot, not only does he have some really interesting opinions, but he's been through the theology program, so he knows how to think. And if you want to learn how to think, you go to the theology program. You get that. You go from beginning to end at Credo House or credocourses.com. Credocourses.com. Find the theology program. Find the digital platinum drive, either the thumb drive or the download that has the theology program, and start an introduction to theology class number one. Start there and go through the entire 60 sessions. It will take you from beginning to end. But that's where I met Ed. He was in my class back in 2005, I believe it was, maybe 2006. And we have had a blast ever since, getting to know each other and just talking on the phone, talking through text. And finally, we're getting up here and we said, we just need to put this up. So that's what we're doing. But go there, purchase that, but also become a member of the Patreon. My Patreon page, Patreon, /C Michael Patton. Or just search it that way, because that's how you help us if you want to help us. Yes, buying stuff does help too. And one thing is, if you cannot get this stuff, if you don't have the money for it, there is a text number on our site on credocourses.com. Find that where you find contact us. Text me and just say, I don't have the money for this, but I need it. I promise you, I'll give it to you. Okay, so let's begin again, Ed. But I'm going to start with a story, okay? Because I think it'll be relevant. And I think I've told you this before. I actually remembered a little bit more of it today since we've been thinking about it so much. But back in 2009, I wrote a blog that is about ghosts, and it's called The Christian View of the Paranormal. I'll try to remember to put that in the information on Facebook, but the Christian View of the Paranormal. And after I wrote that, I had a guy call that I knew of, but I didn't know very much about him. His name was Michael Heiser, and he called up at the Credo House. That's where, that whenever we had the actual Credo House coffee shop, and he said, "Listen, I am starting a paranormal." But it wasn't really, it was kind of paranormal everything, kind of like what we talked about 2 sessions ago. This is the 3rd session of, hopefully it's just gonna be 3 because we've been going for a while, but he's talked about, kind of the general thing about the mysterious things that are outside, fringe things that Christians, especially scholars like Michael Heiser, do not talk about. And he said, I'm starting this, and this is going to be a journal or a podcast or something. And he asked me to be involved in it. Now, I thought it was, I'll be truthful with you, I was scared to do that. I was like, I don't necessarily want to be associated with this. Yes, I wrote this blog on it, but I've only had about ghost or paranormal stuff. I have 1 blog out of 2,500 blogs that I've written. So it's not an emphasis of mine. It's an emphasis in mine in the sense of I'm very interested in it. I do study it on the outside, but I didn't want to have my name associated with it. Now, Michael Heiser, as it turns out, and I knew he was a scholar then, but he turns out he was one of the greatest guys. He was so important, I think, to our day. Unfortunately, he passed away a few months ago, and I wish he was around right now. I wish he could be teaching right now on this stuff. I wish we could do a podcast with him just like this on this stuff. But I think he's influenced a lot of people. I mean, it's very important. His book, The Unseen Realm, I think is a very, very important book for people to read. And as we've been talking about this for a long time, me and Ed, one of the things that I think is happening is we're trying to break you out of a box that you may have about spiritual beings, what they are, and how they interact, all their purposes. We're trying to get you out of a little box that maybe you have called the humans, animals, angels, demons. That's the only things that exist, and they're all in a certain category, and it's easy to figure out. I do not believe that's true. Michael Heiser does a really good job of he's a biblical scholar, Old Testament scholar, of taking the Old Testament. I believe he interprets things very, very well. I may not believe that he does systematic theology that good, but that's okay. He's also a lot smarter than me, so listen to him and any type of disagreement I may have with him, because he is smarter than me. But having said that, he has particular views about things that are, like I said, very important, but very different probably to what you think. And he is an evangelical. There's nothing he's outside the box in as far as orthodoxy. He's not a crazy loon talking about paranormal stuff and aliens all the time. He's actually very grounded, but did a lot of what we're doing right here, trying to understand things and take it out of the box, the whole spiritual world, the principles and the principalities of darkness, the unseen realm that we battle against. He tried to take and make us understand that. Now, Ed, we were talking last time about the Nephilim.
Right.
We had gotten to the point where we said both of us believe these were spiritual beings that we just put in a category called angels, but we don't necessarily believe they were angels. We don't know. They were just some type of spiritual beings, and we often call them angels, but they called the Son of God, the sons of God. And we believe that they actually had sex with these women. They actually lusted after these women, and that's the reason why they had sex with them, and rebelled and committed some type of angelic bestiality. And this rebellion was very bad for the earth. Now, we're going to talk about the implications of this, and Ed was talking about the Nephilim last time. And Ed, if you will, I guess just jump right in and tell us what you believe the Nephilim are.
Okay, what I was going to sidetrack to, I want to break them into the sons of God, right? Because the sons of God, again, we were talking about First Enoch, right? And in First Enoch, Enoch tells us about the angels teaching the humans all sorts of things, plant cutting, like basically like drugs and metallurgies and different things like that, how to make weapons of war. Essentially, basically a better way to destroy ourselves, right? And then, and remember, this is the beginning. So it wasn't just that they had the sex with women, but they also taught people things that they didn't, that they wouldn't have known. These were heavenly things that were supposed to be, that the angels knew, but the people didn't know. Now, back in the first episode, that's where I was kind of going was, God.
Well, wait a minute. You just said something. I don't know if you're going to expand on it a little bit, but they taught things that humans didn't know. Did you say again? I'm sorry, I was reading a comment, but did you say again that you're getting this? Where you're getting this from?
Yeah, this is from First Enoch. Yeah.
Okay, First Enoch. And again, folks, if you just joined us, please understand we're not Eastern Orthodox that accept Enoch. They're the only ones who have the Ethiopian Orthodox are the only ones who canonize the book of Enoch. We don't, which means that we do not have it in the Bible. We do not believe that it has the type of authority, the type of inspiration, or it's just that it's not canonized. It's not dogmatized. And so we usually don't read it. We don't look at it, but he's talking about the book of Enoch, First Enoch. And in doing so, he's expressing not a belief that he thinks it should be canon, but a belief that I agree with, that it has truth, because the New Testament, New Testament itself, Jesus and the apostles referred back to it, quoted it in Jude. Therefore, it was part of their tradition. So it's very incumbent upon us, very important for us to read the book of First Enoch. Now, I'm sorry, you can go ahead.
No, and you're right. I don't think it should be canonized at all. But everybody knew it. So that's the important thing, because that's the audience that a lot of the New Testament was written to. But so this is the other point about the angels, and then we'll talk about the Nephilim. So let me just read this here. This is chapter 7, verse 1. Okay. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. Okay. And then verse 2 talks about them generating, making the field. But then in 8, it says, and Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them bracelets, ornaments, use of antimony, that's like some kind of chrysalis material, and beautifying of the eyelids. So the angels taught the people all of these things they weren't supposed to know. And I'm not sure if I'm going to find this other verse. But there's a verse where God tells the angels he tells Enoch to tell the angels that you taught them worthless things. You don't know that much. I'll see if I can find that verse, but it's hard to talk and look at the same time. But he basically tells the angels that are.
Is that whenever Enoch was sent to the angels?
Yeah, this is the same. Yeah, he was sent on behalf of and it says, God says to Enoch, tell him you were supposed to help the men, not the angels were supposed to help mankind, not mankind help the angels. Right? That's his basic response. But then later he tells them, you only know worthless secrets. You don't know all the secrets. Right? And that's the verse I have to go and look up and try and find it. So that's the angels. In addition to creating the Nephilim, they also taught them all of these things that are destructive for people. And if you remember, this is when right after this is when the flood's coming, right? When God tells Noah about the flood. This is the prerequisite for the flood, right? So
isn't that interesting? I mean, we again, like last time, we talk about things back then in terms they would understand. That's what we have to do. And when we talked about, Ezekiel seeing God in the weird vehicle that God came in,
right.
We thought to ourselves, how would we describe it today? How would we think about it? And we talk association. Now whenever you talk about them teaching them things,
Mm-hmm.
they're talking about it in the terms that they understand back then. And so is this technology they're teaching them? Is this
it absolutely is. I mean, metallurgy and everything, that's high tech back then.
Yeah.
Knowing how to work with metals and make breast shields and all the weapons of war, right? Knives and swords and things like that. That's high tech.
What do you think the difference is in the rebellion of Babel compared to the rebellion of Genesis chapter 6 in the flood?
Well, okay, again, and I've read Unseen Realm. The website that he asked you to help him on, to contribute to, was probably either Fringe Pop 123 is what he came out with, or Paleo Babel. Those are two of his websites. Fringe Pop's actually a great little YouTube channel that he takes all these myths and things and then breaks them down from a biblical perspective.
Wait, say that again. I'm going to write it down here for people to see.
Okay, so
just tell me what it's called. Fringe
Pop 123.
That's a weird name. I actually didn't know about this. I knew about his deal, his podcast that was on. What did it call it? Yeah, what was it?
It's Naked Bible Podcast. Yeah, that's a great podcast. They're still doing it. I don't know if they're just going to finish. They have guests on, like Justin Bass and I can't remember a couple of the other ones. that are doing chapter by chapter.
Yeah.
Each tribe case.
Yeah.
And his one on Leviticus is actually awesome, which seems weird to do one on Leviticus, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
really, really good.
I've never heard that phrase put together in that way.
Yeah.
Awesome, along with Leviticus.
Leviticus, yeah. So anyway, okay. When Carrie's asking what era is Enoch referencing? This is all before the flood. This whole thing that we're talking about, the first, I want to say 15, 16 chapters of First Enoch is all about the flood, the sons of God, the fall of the sons of God, and the Nephilim, and then it talks about the sons of God are when Jude says, they're trapped in gloomy darkness until the end. These are the angels. These angels are not. They won't be released until the day of the Lord. They're going to come back for the final try, and then they go to their destruction.
Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? They are put in a special place, and it's just them, and so we assume it's not all the angels, and we know it's not all the fallen angels or all the bad ones, because we see some more in heaven later on talking to God. So he doesn't say all the bad angels, I'm putting you in some place and you're staying there. But this was a special group, which makes me assume, again, that there are rebellious and righteous in heaven. There are people who are for God and against God, or in the other dimensions, wherever he calls this from. And some of them could be angels, some bad angels in heaven, and good angels in heaven. I know you think, well, a bad angel is just a demon, but hold on. We'll talk about that, and we need to rethink that, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Well, we definitely do in light of First Enoch, anyway, because the spirits of the Nephilim, or Nephilim, however you want to say it, those spirits. Now, they're partly spiritual, partly heavenly, right, angelic, whatever, because of the sons of God, and they're partly human. So they're not going to heaven, right? They're not return. Their spirits aren't going to be going to heaven. But so when they die, they're bastard spirits, is what they're called. And when you hear unclean spirits, right, because they're part human and part human spirit, part heavenly spirit, and so this is this is where demons actually come from, according to First Enoch, and according to Jewish belief, because these are the things that they believed in. They, like as Heiser talks about, we talk about the fall as causing all the evil in the world, but the ancient Jews would have said it's the fall, it's the sons of God, and it's the Tower of Babel. Those three things are what cause evil in the earth. So, so the Nephilim, the spirits of Nephilim, are called the demons. That's the actual demons that they're wandering bodies. They don't eat, they can't sleep. They don't do anything. They wander the earth, and they need. And when we read in the New Testament about possession, it's most likely these spirits that are roaming that need to take a host body in order to do anything related to humanity. So
that's why they want to possess people, because it is back in their natural state that they used to be in, at a body, right?
Right, only much shorter.
I mean, kind of like us. Whenever Paul says we do not want to be without a tent, a body. Right. We would rather go from one place to another, because to be naked without a body is not a very great state for people who were made to have a body. Therefore, we will long, even in heaven, have a body. And if these demons had a body beforehand, then now they have just in spirit, and they're somewhere. They're here on earth. They're cursed to the earth, and we get this from the book of Enoch. Now, the reason why, once again, he's saying this, the reason why Ed is saying demons, let me make this clear. Demons are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that were cursed to roam this world. And the reason why he's saying that is because that is what it's taught in Enoch. That is the tradition of the Second Temple Judaism right around Christ's time. And so Christ comes in during that time and speaks in accordance with the traditions and even calls them the same thing that they had been calling them, demons and or unclean spirits. That's what he calls them, right?
Right.
That's what it said in Enoch. That's what it said in the Jewish tradition beforehand. So he says they are unclean spirits. He does not call them angels. He does not call them fallen angels. He calls them unclean spirits, and they're cursed to roam the earth. And even Jesus says, just within accordance with Enoch, they are cursed to roam in waterless and deserted places, and that is bad for them. I think that is so significant, Ed, and I think people really need to think about that and the implications of it. That demons are not just they're not fallen angels, they're fallen hybrids.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
Now, Ed, here's the problem I have with it, even though I just now said it with excitement. I mean, what in the world do we do with these things? I mean, here we have spirits, self-consciousness. They can experience need and pain and whatever else because they're cursed to wander waterless places. They're cursed to be hungry. They're cursed to be without a body. Why are they cursed? What did they do wrong? That's the thing that really kills me. And I'm not saying you necessarily have the answer, but I'm just trying to say, isn't that hard for you?
No, because they're not God's creation. God created the sons of God. They sinned by crossing over where they were supposed to be in their realm.
But it's not their fault.
But they're still not human, and they're not gods. They still fall outside. It's the punishment of, and also, I mean, we didn't talk about what they actually do, right? They devour in the book of Enoch. They pretty much kill everybody, eat people, So
they did. You're right. I mean, that's something that you got to look into.
Because we're just sticking to the basics, right? But it's not like they were ever good. But they're also they don't qualify. We qualify for salvation through Christ because we're God's creation. They are not God's creation. They're bastards, literally bastards, right? They don't belong in heaven with the other angels, even the ones that sin. They're pure spirit, at least. They're trapped right till the end, but they're a real spirit. They're the ones that actually committed the sin. But the Nephilim they're just literally bastards. They don't belong anywhere. They're an abomination.
Okay.
They weren't created by God.
Okay. That didn't help me at all.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't. There's some things we're just not going to agree on, which is
no. It's not that I disagree with you. I'm just saying it to help me from the standpoint of me scratching my head trying to figure out that I accept that, but at the same time it gives me problems. Not problems because I won't accept it, but problems because it's kind of like, why would God do something like this? And I'm not necessarily saying you have the answer, but you said something again really important here, that they ate people. You say, where in the world do you get that? And again, you have to you got to look to our sources. All right, our primary source is the Bible, and we all know that. Me and Ed believe that it's our final source. 100%. It's above anything else. If anything else goes against it, the Bible wins. So start there. But we look to other traditions, which is the book of Enoch, but we also look at archaeology, the world, what is going on in the world, what are the other sources of what's happened. I mean, that's so much of our information. We study history, we figure out what the different nations were 2,000 years ago and the wars that happened. Why? Because we want to know history and understand it. Now, the weird thing is, folks, and you guys probably know this, there is a massive history. People are going to think I'm crazy, Ed. There's a massive history of demigods, not just in Genesis chapter 6, which I think that's in a sense what it is, sons of God. But there's a massive tradition. Everybody there's not. I don't know of one culture that doesn't have a tradition where the gods came down around the same time. Yeah. The gods came down, had sex with women, and produced Hercules. That's what it was.
Anunnaki of Babel.
What's that?
The Anunnaki, the Greek mythology. they're all telling the same story from a different perspective. And that's why, like as Heiser would say, the Old Testament, or specifically the Old Testament, is a polemic against the Sumerian texts, against the other stories that are celebrating and worshiping false gods. And so the Bible is telling the correct story, but they're the same. It's a very similar story. That you had the the Anunnaki before and after the flood. The ones after the flood are the Nephilim. Those are the giants, the men of renown, right? And the ones before the flood were the angelic beings. They were the 100% spirit. Afterwards, like Gilgamesh and these guys, they were like 2/3 God, 1/3 human, right? That's the Nephilim. Gilgamesh was also a giant. Oh, that's interesting, right? So all of these stories are basically telling the same story. And the Bible,
here's what it
quick, rapid fire through like 4 verses on this, 5. Then we have a flood, and then in chapter 11 we're at the Tower of Babel, and repopulated. So some of the other literature fills in these gaps. This is what the people were thinking, writing about during those times, right? At least talking about it. If it was oral tradition, it got written later. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. It's just so. Here's the deal, folks, and I know what you're thinking. I know what a lot of y'all think, because I think the same thing. I just used Hercules as an example, right. And you think that's crazy that to hear I'm changing the channel, or this is one of those just nut jobs that we have, and there's tons of them, and I'm not saying I'm not, but I do have a method. I do believe I know how to find truth. I'm not saying this is truth, but here's the deal. Because something is here's a saying that I have in the theology program, which you should get, credocourses.com, the theology program. But a saying that I have is the palatability of a doctrine does not determine its veracity. And what that means is how well it sits does not determine the truth. If you hear something and you have an immediate response that is too weird, too bizarre, that is not a source of truth. That is just a feeling that is based upon a beliefs that you have at the current moment, and the feeling itself does not help anything. I mean, we've got all kinds of bizarre things in the Christian faith that we believe. The bizarrity of a doctrine does not determine its veracity. I mean, just think, we've got talking snakes. You may say that's too bizarre, I don't accept it. Well, we've got demons, we've got angels, we've got all kinds of things out there, talking donkeys that happen that are bizarre. I mean, we even in the real world have so many bizarre things. I look at dinosaurs and dinosaur bones. You go through a museum, and I say that just doesn't seem real. It seems fake. Since there's bones, since we actually have it there, then we accept it. And the same thing with so many of these other things. I saw a fish the other day that had the face of a man, a real fish. It was crazy. It was weird. The shark that was mutated and had some. Anyway, we find things and we discover them, and they get out of that category of bizarre. One of the most bizarre things that happens on this planet, one of the weirdest things, the craziest things, the thing that just blew my mind more than anything else, was whenever my first child was born, and I watched what happened. And I knew what was going to happen. I'd heard about it and everything else. But as I sat there and watched it, I could not believe what was going on. All of a sudden, my head was just like, it's really real. This is really happening. This is so weird. The baby is coming out head first. I can see the hair. That is bizarre to me. But it's no longer bizarre because it becomes normal. Once it becomes normal, it gets out of the context of bizarre. Everything we believe starts out as bizarre. Everything, until you put it in a context that is either experiential, it's no longer bizarre because I see it all the time, or because it is very logical through your methodology to believe it. And here's what me and Ed are doing, and here's what Ed's doing, is that he's saying all these things that the ancient Egyptians and Greeks and the Romans and the Aztecs, they all had these beliefs that the gods came down from heaven. We don't believe what they say about the gods was correct, but we do believe something happened, and it fits in with our worldview to where the angel or the sons of God came down and had sex with the women and produced giants, physical giants, the Nephilim. And so I just want you to see this. We're looking at the Bible, and like Ed said, it's a little small passage. There's not a whole lot. You know, the Nephilim are mentioned maybe 3 or 4 more times. The Raphaim are mentioned twice, I think. And these are the descendants. These are the giants. And we kind of just pass over it. And that's okay to pass over it in this sense that God didn't see it as really important to talk about. But he did make it as kind of a turning point in history, a big turning point in history. And here's the deal, Ed. Here's the deal. And this gets us all the way back to what we're talking about here. The most important thing that we're talking about here, that was the days of Noah.
Yeah.
We're talking about the days of Noah and what happened. And why would I say that's so important? Because that's what Jesus says the end will be like. It will be like the days of Noah.
Right.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Ed?
I absolutely do. I mean, that's it's one of the big things. And I mean, he says marry and then marry or give in marriage. So he doesn't specifically go into the details of the Nephilim, but you have to say that was the days of Noah. The days of Noah, the world was so evil. Why was the world so evil? Well, you had the Nephilim, but then you also had the angels teaching these people how to be better at being evil, how to kill themselves, how to use plants and things for. I mean, he's not talking about eating vegetables. I don't think. Pretty sure he's talking about like pharmacology, right?
Yeah.
You know, so in the days of Noah was before the flood. All of his evil on the earth. The people got extremely evil during the days of Noah. Right? I don't know at what point, because the Bible is just chapter 6, right, verse 1, and
it is, but it does emphasize the angels, what they did. That is the most interesting thing. You could say, well, the days of Noah is just when everybody was bad,
right.
But no, that's not just it. The entire section that is the turning point of history. The entire section says what it says, that there was unrighteousness on the earth, then gives a very specific example of what that unrighteousness is, and probably the instigator of that unrighteousness. Satan was the instigator in the garden. We don't blame it on Satan. We take our own responsibility, but there was an instigator. There's an instigator here. At the turning point of history. And I think me and Ed agree that if something's going on with these UFOs, maybe it's an instigator again.
Right. I do agree. Whether it's fallen angels or I don't see how it's the Nephilim, but not the fallen angels, but the angels yet to fall. We talked about good and bad angels. We're like, they have free choice. God gives them free will. He doesn't create robots. We have free will to do good or to do bad. They did as well. Some of them made bad choices. Some of them are going to make bad choices in the end times. We know there's a war, that there's a coming war, a heavenly war against God and the other spiritual beings. Most are on his side, some are not. And so why, if they taught technology back, if the angels that sinned taught technology to the humans back then, they had a very crude early technology at that time. I assume I wasn't there, right, but thousands and thousands of years ago. But why would they be limited? Why couldn't they teach technologies now? Why can't they use modern technologies to keep up with modern things, right? Modern society, modern culture.
And when you come down to the specific example, why can't the UFOs be from the same type of species whenever we're creating these things? They're teaching us to do that stuff. I'm not saying they are, but there's no reason to say they're not.
No, well, that's the point. That's why this is so tied to ufology, however you want to say it. It's so tied to it because if it's deception, it's clearly deception, right? Let's face it.
Yeah.
The government lies, right? We know the government's got secrets about this stuff, but I can't say it's all the government, and I can't say it's all spiritual, right? I don't know what it is, because you can't tell what's true with the government until you find out they disclose, and they just don't disclose except for what they want. You've also got the World Economic Forum, and they basically just want the whole world to be one government, right? They want everything run through the UFO or through, Klaus Schwab, whatever. So you have motivation for a giant scare of UFOs.
You do, and then when we talk about the one government, you're talking about stuff that's in Revelation, that's in Daniel. I mean, stuff that's prophetic. And I know you're not necessarily saying this is the end times, because we don't know. But at the same time, you are saying maybe it is. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, we don't know, but I can't see how you can't consider. Every day you get closer to the end times anyway, right? Just by the calendar.
And we know every generation has said it's the end times, but
that's what's so evident for me. Yeah,
you're talking about the great delusion, and this is in First Thessalonians or Second Thessalonians chapter 2, and it says, going back a couple of verses in verse 7, the secret power of lawlessness is already at work, but the one who now holds it back will continue to do so until he is taken out of the way. I believe that's the Holy Spirit holding back the complete rebellion. I think the difference between us and Genesis chapter 6 right now is the Holy Spirit holding it back in us. It's not our righteousness, it's his righteousness. So that's what I believe is going on. I don't know that it's going on now, but I know it's going on from the time Thessalonians has written until now, and until that the Holy Spirit is taken away, which I believe it's in the rapture. I know that that's a minority position with scholars, but I do believe it. I don't hold to it that strongly, but I do believe it. So it says, until the one who is taken out of the way, then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will overthrow with the breath of his mouth and destroy by the splendor of his coming. I like that. I mean, just to pause right there.
We have a big buildup. We have a big buildup, right? But then the end is pretty swift.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, how does he destroy?
It's not a fight. It's not a fair fight. God wins, period.
How does Jesus overthrow him? By the breath of his mouth and destroy him by the splendor. I mean, I've never seen anything get destroyed by splendor. I mean, that is just so cool. Such a great way to put it. Just side note. But it says, and the coming one, the lawless one will be in accordance with how Satan works. He will use all sorts of power through signs and wonders and serve the lie. Now that's interesting. Serve the lie. And then it says, and all the ways that wickedness deceives those who are perishing, they perish because they refuse to love the truth and be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion so that they will believe the lie. So the lie's already there, as we just heard about it, about Satan. Yep. Now God sends a delusion so that they will believe the lie, which is interesting beyond anything. I mean, God's sending a delusion, God using evil, but I'll make that short. I mean, if God doesn't use evil, he doesn't have anything to work with down here, because that's all we are. So that settles that with one statement. But they will believe the lie so that they will be condemned, so that all will be condemned who have not believed the truth, but have delighted in wickedness. Now, that's the thing we sometimes talk about right here, and especially with the stuff that's going on. What is the great delusion? I mean, at least we have to consider that at all times. There's some great lie that is coming or is here. And man, Ed, I don't know that I've ever said this, but this seems to qualify a lot.
Yeah, it does. I would say for me, this is one. There's several options right now, right? I think it was Carrie said the pandemic didn't scare us enough, right? But so a mass alien invasion, that would be a great delusion, right? Yeah. And World War III between us, Russia, and China, nuclear weapons everywhere, that would be a great, at least attention getter, right?
It'd be a great destruction.
All these things would help join the world together. Like, no, we gotta, we gotta get together and work as one.
Yeah. And then, I mean, in principle, there's nothing the matter with getting together and working as one, because that's what we'll do with heaven. I mean, we'll all be together and we'll be under one. But we do believe,
right?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
won't have a human leader in heaven.
In our unrighteous state, longing for that is what I'd say is okay. But with us as Christians, it's a little bit different because we know that that is coming and it is evil in the end times. So,
Now, let me say one more thing too about it's a little bit separate, and maybe you were planning on talking about this anyway, but what's the big attraction with UFOs nowadays as far as the sexiness of them, right? I know the government, everything's releasing it, but we have this huge new age culture. And a lot of that new age culture is tied into the cosmos, into the zodiac, into UFOs, into space, into all these things. And it's kind of almost like the ancient aliens. Again, I'll mention that because there you get the creator, right? When aliens created everything, now all of a sudden we have no personal accountability. We have no responsibility in this whole world. We just feel better when we start worshiping the ground and we start worshiping the sky and the zodiac and doing these chants and staring at this crystal and burning this incense and all these things. And the world is getting, so many people are getting caught up into this because it's spirituality without responsibility. These things just make you feel better about who you are. And so I just see how the new age and the UFO world together fit to deceive so many people. People don't want to come to Christ, right? They don't want to go to church. They don't want to study the Bible, learn about God, accept Christ and the Holy Spirit. Because once you do that, now you recognize you've given your life over, you've accepted, I am not my own God. I'm not God. There's one God. And all these other religions let you be God. They let you, you're in control of yourself. The universe loves you. You've got to pull the energy out of the universe. And so I think that's part of the deception as well. Because
it's certainly our world is set up for this thing that's coming or this UFO. Again, not saying it's the end time, but it just we're gonna fall for it. That's what it is. We are gonna fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Our culture, even our culture here in America, Christian culture, we will fall for this. Whatever this is, and this seems like this UFO stuff seems very ripe to fall for, even though I'm a bit surprised in the lack of interest right now.
Yeah. Well, I think the way they're rolling it out is they're trying to make it more interesting. People are just kind of like, the problem is they've been lying for 50 years, right? So most people already believe UFOs are real. The government telling you, when the government lies to you about everything, that's not convincing. You know what I mean? And I think that's why they're using whistleblowers. I don't know that guy's a whistleblower as much as a spokesperson, but I mean, I could be wrong. It's just his attitudes just don't seem. He seemed more serious in front of Congress than he was on the News Nation interview.
Yeah. Well, gosh, again, look at this. We've gone another hour. I mean, this is just such a big topic, folks, and it's a lot of fun to talk about. Maybe we'll come back and talk about it again later. But
we forgot about Babylon.
What's that?
Babylon. We can save that for another time if you want.
Well, you want to mention it? Go ahead. We got about 5 minutes. We can pull off.
Right before the last break, you had mentioned Babylon. Let's see. The Tower of Babel. So, I mean, again, with Heiser, you know where Heiser goes with this, right? Heiser goes with
even though you don't believe me, I have read all his books.
Okay, you just don't believe any of them. Okay, Carrie mentioned, we talked about this. Mentioned something about Heiser, henotheism. There you go. Thank you. That's not really. That's what we accuse. I didn't accuse him. Me and Taffy were on the other side of this. The Tower of Babel is where God divorces the nations, right? In chapter 11. Chapter 10 is the Table of Nations, right? So, and then chapter 11.
Listen to what Ed's saying. I do agree with this. I think it's very important. Repeat that again. The Tower of Babel is what?
The Tower of Babel is where God divorces the nations of the world.
That is a great way to put it.
He says, I'm done with you people, right? And then right after, and that's when he separates the world. But according to Michael Heiser, and I believe this is true too, and I think this is where a lot of the different religions and things come from, what Carrie's saying about the henotheism is that God put sons of God, other spiritual beings, in charge of the nations of the world. Then he took Abraham as his own. So
Okay,
so,
okay. Now, what? There's somewhere in the Bible that is very specific about this that you're getting this from, right?
yeah.
Is it
Okay.
Deuteronomy 32?
Well, yeah, Deuteronomy 32:8 is where it goes into details, and then so I think it's Deuteronomy 30. Deuteronomy here? No, you gotta go to Deuteronomy first. Yeah, I believe it's 32:8. Let's see. Well, I'll start with 7, right? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you. Your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Okay, so that's Deuteronomy 32, verses 7 and 8. Verse
Now,
9.
wait. Pause for a second, folks. I mean, you gotta listen to this, and you gotta hear this first, because Heiser, like I said, I don't agree with everything he says, but Heiser did. I think he did something extraordinary in bringing this particular passage to light. Much more extraordinary than the prayer of Jabez. The prayer of Jabez took a random passage and just messed everything up. This is from a great scholar, and he it's not that he saw something brand new, it's just that he's emphasizing something, and this is a big part of the turning point of his theology, to understand what happened. And really, this passage is the only one that tells us this. It's very, but it is specific enough to, I think we can say for sure what it is. Now, your Bible may say something different than yours. Did you get to the part about this, the last part?
Yeah. That's at the end of when the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
According to the number of the sons of God.
Okay, now
Bible say Israel.
You got sons. You just said according to the sons of God, but I'm sitting here looking at the New International Version, and it says the sons of Israel.
Right, because the Masoretic text says the sons of Israel, but the Dead Sea Scrolls say the sons of God.
So the text that we use, the Hebrew text that we use, that is dated to the 9th century after Christ, says the sons of Israel, but the Dead Sea Scrolls that are dated to the 3rd or 4th century before Christ say the sons of God. So which one is correct? Which one is earlier? That's something of text criticism that you got to look at. But basically, what Ed's saying, and I agree, is that the Masoretic text does not have it right. Somebody changed it because that's a difficult verse whenever you say that he divided it according to the sons of God, and it's something that's honoring Israel if you change it that way. So you can understand why they would change it, but it was a wrong change. And if it's the sons of God according to the number of the sons of God, then we've got a verse here talking about these spiritual beings again that are not human. So the nations of the earth after the Tower of Babel were given to the sons of God, at least to rule in a, what would you call it?
As a placeholder. I mean, I believe that their job was to bring people back to God. Right? They were to take care of them. Let's go and look at, if you look at Psalm 82, that's where God is basically yelling at them and reaming them for not doing what they're supposed to do. And this is the verse that Carrie, you do need a mic because we're talking about you yelling in our ear. When I know you're here, and I'm trying to read your stuff, but I can't do that at the same time. But so they weren't supposed to destroy people or create all of these, the Anunnaki, the Greek mythology, all the other religions of the worlds. They took praise unto themselves, but that wasn't what they were supposed to do. But the people were being stubborn. God had told them, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, right? Move on, people. After the flood, they didn't move on. They settled and they built the Tower of Babel. God wasn't scared that the Tower of Babel was going to reach up to them. Actually reach.
Yeah.
He knows that, but he's also they're not doing what I'm telling them to do. And so when he scattered them, he didn't just change their languages, but he moved them and put different gods in charge. Not gods. That's the tricky part, right? Sons of God, spiritual beings, whatever you want to call them, right? The word Elohim is not, it doesn't, we translated it as God, right? And that's why when you read like God walks among the gods, it sounds really weird because when we have a small g and an s at the end, that doesn't settle. And
no, we usually change it to spiritual beings or something like that, but it is that, and I think there's meaning behind that. Now,
but that's where the monotheism idea comes. Kind of.
He divided it according to the sons of God, and that was at the Tower of Babel because something happened again. I mean, you have the flood, something major happening, and the Tower of Babel, something major happening. And in both, you got one where the angels are coming down, intermixing, and that's a big part of it. And then there's technology or whatever they taught them that they shouldn't have been taught. And then back here, there's a tower being built. Again, kind of a technology to get to heaven, a technology to make us autonomous beings, to be greater than God, to eat the apple or to eat the fruit again, because to know good and evil and to be able to be ourselves. But this stuff that's going on here today could very well be a Tower of Babel.
Absolutely. It absolutely could. And we're starting to, and I think this is where, again, this is why I took a couple minutes to talk about the New Age stuff, right? Because people they're thinking they can become, we have plenty of false religions too, right? But all the New Age stuff is the modern Gnosticism. It's spirituality without responsibility. And they're setting themselves up for a fall, and they are inviting in the day of the Lord. But I personally, my belief is God's inviting the Gentiles, right? The world, Jews and Gentiles at this point, but into salvation. When that number, whatever, I'm not saying it's even a fixed number, but if it's God, he probably is. When that number comes in, the fullness of the Gentiles, the Holy Spirit's going to release, right?
That's it. That's on yours, right? That siren.
Yeah. Welcome to the hill. Yeah, we have a hospital up the hill. I live in a mountain, and there's a hospital at the top of the hill. So
okay.
Yeah. So, anyway, but so let's can I do Psalm 82 real quick here?
Yeah. Psalm 82.
Yeah, just finish this off. So Psalm 82, this is the one that freaks everybody out, right? And this is the one that was like a life changer for Heiser too, and pointed him in the direction he ended up going. God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Selah. Give justice to the weak and the fatherless. Maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. They have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. I said, you are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, like men, you shall die and fall like any prince. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all the nations. So the key, obviously, is the first verse, right? God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment, right? And then he goes on and he's judging the sons of God who he put in charge back at the Tower of Babel. When he said, I'm done with you people, I'm taking Abraham. I'm going to take Abraham. His wife is barren, so that's perfect for me to start over, right? She can't have kids, so this is a perfect way to start. Then he starts his own people, and that's where Israel becomes his people, right? So, and the rest of the world he's handed over. So.
That gave the Jews trouble because Christ used that passage, which was very interesting. Another whole story with it. But whenever we use the word God, we are doing it in a very philosophical way, usually. not just powerful spiritual beings that we worship, but we think of God as, you know, the ultimate creator, the creator from nothing. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not what we're saying whenever we look at this. But in the Bible, whenever God would talk about it, and he does. I mean, you can't deny it. Over and over again throughout the Bible, he does refer to other gods as gods. But he's not referring to them as created being or creators like he is.
Right.
He created all of them. They are as distant from him as we are. They are only gods in the sense that he has given them some type of special dominion, heavenly dominion. That would probably be the best way to put it. And so therefore they are gods. They are spiritual beings that are worshiped. And so we got to think in Old Testament terms, how they were thinking of things. God's battle against other gods that he calls gods.
Right.
So there is a I don't know if I would say it's necessarily an accommodation to their understanding of the day, but something like that.
Right.
Because he's not saying the fullness of what God means and what we understand. So that is very important for this, because it creates a worldview that begins to open up to all these different things. Carrie, if you're ready, I will let you in, because we're closing this down, and I want you to get a question in, and we want to see you. But just type in here if you're ready. But it is something that, you know, throughout this series, you and I think we agree for the most part. I mean, I don't even know of anything except for whether angels have penises. That's where we diverged.
We prefer there, and I don't feel sorry for the spirits of the Nephilim.
And of course, yeah. Well, I should have thought about it. I figured you wouldn't feel sorry for him. I mean, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but you're kind of heartless. There, I just said it.
Yeah. You just listen to my wife.
I'm just kidding. But I just think this has been a great conversation. This has been so much fun. It's been better than I thought it was going to be. You know, I thought it was going to be pretty good, but it's fun because here we are, maybe the first time in the history of the world talking about this specific stuff in this specific way, trying to understand it, because we are Christians and we're trying to expand our understanding. I believe if this stuff is all going on, we're at another Tower of Babel. We're at another flood stage. We're at the days of Noah. If this is true, I'm not making any predictions. I'm not that type of guy. But at the same time, as Ed said, we've always got to be looking. We've always got to have our eyes open and not blinded, not our heads in the sand, because we believe the Bible is true and we believe this kind of stuff is going to happen. So it should not surprise us. Weird things going on, I know. Bizarre things going on, I know. But you just wait. It'll get a lot more bizarre. And we'll put those in different categories. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to put Carrie on for a question and answer session afterwards, and maybe we'll take some questions. But thank you for joining us, and we had a blast throughout this thing. Don't forget to go to Patreon and subscribe and help us out. That's how you help us out. Go to Credo Courses, get courses, but Patreon is the best way to start, because if you become a patron, you get all the Credo courses. They come with it, depending upon your level, but some of them come with it even at the lowest level. So help us out there. Become a Patreon. We love you. You're so great to us. We wouldn't exist without you. So until next time, thank you. Hold on. Welcome to Theology Unplugged. Now, this is another special session in which we are just doing a question and answer, and we're going to just look around and see if anybody in our audience has any questions about what we've been talking about for the last, few broadcasts, about aliens, the UFOlogy, about the Book of Enoch, about whether or not angels have penises. Well, we talk about it all. So get caught up. There's 3 1-hour-long podcasts beforehand, and we're going to do some question answers and see how that happens. If there's not any questions and answers, or it doesn't seem like it just goes anywhere, you will not be seeing this. So if you're seeing this, it's pretty cool. Okay, let me reintroduce Ed, my buddy. who has been talking to me about. Oh, is he gone?
No, I'm here. I'm
Oh,
just gonna grab some water.
okay. Sorry, I should have taken a break.
That's all right.
Here, let me take a quick break, and I'll redo that. Okay,
Okay. Yeah, it sounds good.
Carrie, I'm going to call you. Everybody, stay. Don't leave. Hey, Ed, if you can hear me, just as a side note, before we start here in just a minute,
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you something technical about the website. I am getting inundated with inundated. Either way, I'm getting lots and lots of messages that people are registering for the Credo course website. That is completely abnormal. There's no way. I don't even know how you register for it except for buying an item. And so I think something bad is going on.
Okay. All right, I'll take a look at it. You probably should install WordFence on there too. Either WordFence or Security. It'll block. You can. The pro version is like $50 or something. But you can, with that, you can do country blocking. So you can block because it's probably just a spam bots. You could probably register on WooCommerce depending on your settings without actually buying something. Because if you were to put something in the cart, go to checkout. I'm not sure how yours is set up, but usually it'll ask you there if you want to save your information. If you say yes, then you have to create the account. But then you don't actually have to finish checking out. You've already created the account.
Okay.
But I'll take a look at it. It's on Credo Courses.
Yeah. And the once you register, then you go to our mailing list, and becoming a part of our mailing list is, I mean, I want a lot of people, but I don't want a lot of fake emails because it runs up the price a lot.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting here.
All right, cool.
Carrie, you ready? I'm just gonna turn you on, and then I'll turn you back on.
What's your language?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Is the sound okay?
It's
and is
perfect.
there feedback?
It's perfect.
Good. That sounds good to me too.
Hey friends, welcome to Theology Unplugged. We are continuing our series on UFOlogy. So this is what, number 4. So we've been doing this for a while. It's been a lot of fun. I didn't know how long it was going to go, but it's going this long. So we're really glad you're here. Stick around. We're going to have a blast. This is the part where the music plays, but I don't have it playing. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Well, before we get started, let me just remind you once again, we would love for you to be able to support us. Let me give you a QR code that will lead you straight to support. Now, you may have just joined us. If you just joined us, of course, don't support us. This is a free podcast. But if you've been here for a while and you believe in what we're doing, it's so very, very important. This is the way we exist. We do lots of stuff at Credo House Ministries. We do Credo courses, Theology Unplugged, Parchment and Pen blog. I mean, it's just a lot. Patreon. We're doing a lot behind the scenes. Also, one of the most important things that I do, I believe it's a personal thing for me, but I want you to believe it too, is Jude 22. Have mercy on those who doubt. There's a lot of people who doubt, and this subject we're talking about right now, I promise you, will break a lot of people's faith because they don't know how to, they've got a house of cards mentality. It's all set up perfectly, and anything that gets disturbed, their entire faith falls apart. Unfortunately, lots of people's faith is built that way. It doesn't mean they're not Christians, but it's just a discipleship process. And I love to help people who are doubting the faith. I love to have one-on-one conversations. And if you're somebody who is doubting the faith, you're going through a crisis, and you don't want to doubt the faith. There's those who doubt the faith and want to. Those people, I believe, were never really of the faith, and that's not what I'm talking about. Though there is a ministry to them. I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying whenever it says have mercy on those who doubt, it's Christians who doubt and go through trouble. They doubt their salvation. They doubt the existence of God or the resurrection of Christ, or they doubt that they're saved. They think they've committed the unforgivable sin. If you fit in that category and you need somebody to talk to, I promise you I will talk to you. I'll talk to you on the phone. That is the best way. So get in contact with me. Go to credocourses.com and look for the telephone number. It's on there in the contacts, and text me. Anyway, we are going to continue. Let me move this out of the way. We are continuing to talk about UFOlogy, and I have got Ed with me, and I've got another special guest. You probably remember Ed because he's been with me for This is the fourth one. And Ed, again, he went through the theology program. The most important thing we do, the central thing that we do, the hub of everything we do is the theology program. You can find it at credocourses.com. I'm sorry for all the advertisement, but Ed went through the theology program. He became an instructor and an admin within the theology program. He led the courses and led the students in discussion because I noticed him, and he was very good at it, and he was very well educated in this stuff. He thought differently as well. He wasn't in a box. I love Ed because he's not in a box. Ed, you've always been like that. You always challenge things in a way that I think is very healthy. So that I want to thank you for doing that for me for all these last 20 years. It's been a blast. I know I get mad at you. I know we joke about a lot of things, but I think out of a box in a differently than you, but we both do it, and it's kind of fun, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay, another one I've got is Carrie. Now, you're not going to be able to see Carrie's face because I just threw her in here just now. And so she's on here with voice. And Carrie also is a part of the theology program. You probably remember Carrie, though, because she's been with Theology Unplugged for a long time. And it's just been a little while since you've heard her voice.
Yeah.
And she agreed to come on because she wants to grill me and Ed about our weird views on what is going on, our weird views on the Book of Enoch, our weird views on the Genesis chapter 6, but in this case, weird also means correct, and so we're gonna let Carrie grill us. So, Carrie, it's really nice to have you. She was also a instructor in the theology program. She was in the same classes as Ed. Ed was a little bit before her, as he reminded me last time, but, but she has been around a long time. She's a familiar face. I don't need to introduce her anymore. But Carrie, it's great to have you.
Thank you. Good to be here. Hey, Ed.
Hey, Carrie. I'm ready to be called names now.
Uh-huh.
It's been a while.
We all three are very good friends, and we have fun with each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Carrie, listen, we went through all of our stuff. You listened to it all. I saw about 100 questions coming. I tried to get a few of them up there, but I thought it'd just be great to have you on. And the audience, you guys can also, this is a question answer session. So we're going to do our best to get to them, but we're going to also just have Carrie kind of represent the rest of the people and the questions that they may have that we may miss and we need to fill in. And so Carrie, give us your questions so we can show you the right answer.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it was easier asking them in real time, so I have to recall. I'll go to the one that I like, the most recent one, with respects to the sons of God. You guys were talking about that, and you mentioned, in the Masoretic text it says the sons of Israel, and the Dead Sea Scrolls it says the sons of God. Perhaps you're thinking that with the Masoretic text it was kind of meant to smooth out the text because it was difficult. My question on that, though, is what would keep you from believing that those two terms, the sons of Israel and the sons of God, are not simply interchangeable terms?
I guess
I'm sorry, I am chewing ice. Okay, Carrie, let me start off by saying, yeah, that's a really good question. Okay, that really is. It's something that gives me pause. And I think you could be right, because I think in some sense the sons of Israel are called this, but I just think it has to do with the context of things and what's going on. And so you've got the context in the many places that it says sons of God, the sons of God. Yeah, it seems to be referring to heavenly beings in each one of the contexts. Now, in each one of the contexts, I guess you could say it's referring to people, but it doesn't flow as naturally because it is a different term. It is something that is a designation that is different than what we see in other places, where people are called people, or the sons of Israel are called the sons of Israel, and then it jumps in with this new thing, the sons of God. And if it's not something different than Israel, it's very hard for me to explain why it didn't qualify that, well, we really mean Israel.
Yeah, and also, and Michael made the biggest point, right? That it says sons of God, 1,400 years before it says sons of Israel. So I mean, in the Dead Sea Scrolls are a couple hundred years before Christ, and it says sons of God there, right? So when you take that, you just have to go with, as Michael said, the oldest. That's
Okay.
one of the main
All
things.
right.
The other thing is, and real quick, one other thing is, in chapter 11, we don't even know Abraham yet, right? Let alone Israel. So to
Sure.
have Israel used as the sons of Israel before Israel's even called is a little bit odd. So
Okay, that's fair. But again, I mean, let's just ultimately get down to the meaning of that. The sons of Israel are essentially God's chosen, right? We're understanding that these are people that are chosen of God. They're righteous. They are of God. And it could be, and this would be me making an assumption that the sons of Israel was just an extension of the sons of God. Do you see what I'm saying? Like once it became more specific with Jacob, aka Israel, they do you see what I'm saying? It then became interchangeable. But prior to that, we, because I hold to the Sethite view, as I was saying in the chat, and I hold it not fully exegetically because I do concede that in those four chapters there, 4, 5, and 6, it can be difficult from chapter 6 to make an exegetical case that
Well, Carrie,
the
if you
Son of God
would,
is Seth.
we didn't even give the Sethite view we didn't even say anything about it. So if you could tell us what the Sethite view is and tell us what it refers to.
Okay, well, and by no means am I an expert on it. I hold to this out of convenience, not out of necessary conviction, if that makes sense. So I haven't fully studied it. But I would say that the Sethite view ultimately is the belief that the sons of God, as it's mentioned in 4, 5, in chapter 6 of Genesis, are people that have descended from Seth because Noah himself was of that line. And in 4 and 5 it talks about between Cain and Seth and all of that. So I mean you have kind of like that context to kind of work with that, and it seems that there's intermingling with the righteous and the unrighteous people, and it's left the world in such a state to where unrighteousness is just ubiquitous across the face of the earth. And that's my contention, is that the sons of God and the daughters of men are ultimately godly people and ungodly people mixing and intermingling. And then I would say systematically throughout the Old Testament, that's a problem that seems to crop up through Israel. So I would say ultimately my case is probably going to be a more systematic one. Does that make sense? My view is based on a more like looking at the trajectory of Israel intermingling with pagan cultures and the abomination that God saw that as. So that would
I
be
do, but
okay.
I do in a sense, but I mean, we talked about this a little bit before, but I do also see that there's nothing against them marrying somebody from the outside. They just have to become Jews. And so it's something that
Yeah,
God,
yeah. They have to convert. They have to become quote unquote righteous.
that's right.
Just for the sake of conversation.
And
But
so
this is them mingling and taking on their practices. We're not talking about taking spouses and then becoming sanctified through that process. We're talking about the opposite of entering into union with ungodly people and adopting their customs.
well, okay. Here's the deal with that. I understand what you're saying, but first of all,
Okay.
Genesis chapter 6, we don't have anything in the context that would suggest that.
Yeah.
You would have to read back into it. So
Yes.
sometimes our systematic theology pushes things into the original that aren't necessarily there, and
That's fair.
I'm willing to do that sometimes, Carrie. I am. Because I think that the Old Testament will accommodate and build, and then we could see more clearly as we look through the lens of the New Testament. We can see the Old Testament. We do have to make some updates, so some upgrades in our understanding, and that could be true in that sense. I just don't see this in the context. I think it seems to be very clear. It stands out that the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and so there's something different about the daughters of men. Now you'd have to assume that these people of Seth, these ones that came from Seth, are, you know, maybe a different race or so. I don't know what it would be, but something about them was really pretty. They didn't just intrigue them in the way that they lived or anything. They were really pretty, and it makes more sense to me for these other beings to look down and see that girls were beautiful in general. I don't see a context of seeing that, you know, the other ones were ugly or unattractive or their own from their own
Well,
race or brand.
I mean, that could just be their allure, though. That,
Okay, but how do they make them feel?
pardon me.
How do they make them feel that with human men and human women having sex make babies?
Right. Well, see here, that's the thing, though, and that's what I'm getting at, is that I think all of this is going to have to be, it is coming from the assumption that the Nephilim are some sort of hybrid mix of angelic and human. So you're having to
Right.
essentially, and I don't mean this in any way like to be combative, but I think it's begging the question that the Nephilim are in fact hybrid, and I don't know that they are. You know, I don't know what they are, but I don't know that I would make that assumption,
Well,
because it's assuming that, go right ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
they're pointed out specifically, right, as Nephilim and as giants, right? In the Spanish version, it just says
Yeah.
So there's something different about them.
Yeah.
But now,
well, wait a minute. Let me just read this again so we can have the context of it. Let me go down to verse 4, Genesis chapter 6. It says, okay, brand new word, brand new thing. It's almost like it's a turn of events here. And it says, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterwards. So they've been on the earth during the flood time, but they also were afterwards. And it says, it qualifies it. It says the Nephilim were on the earth when the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, the men of renown. That middle part would make no sense if these Nephilim were not the product of the sons of God and the daughters of men. I mean, it's just like throwing something totally out of context. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards when the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children. He's already said that. And so he's qualifying what the Nephilim were. They were the heroes of old, and it makes sense now they're the heroes of old because they're a hybrid.
Well, so they were present when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, right? Like when the sons of God and the daughters of men came together, and the Nephilim were there at the same time.
No,
is that what it's saying?
No, they're the result of that. It's saying when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, that's where the Nephilim come from.
It's qualifying the Nephilim. It's trying to explain what the Nephilim are. It introduced it, but then the author thinks I gotta tell who they are, and so he tells a short statement about who they are before he goes on and talks about the Lord seeing everything's dark on the earth.
Read it one more time.
Okay, I'm going to read the entire thing here.
Okay.
Genesis chapter 6. When human beings began, and this is the NIV I'm reading from. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and the daughters of men were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, the men of renown. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and the inclination of their thoughts and the human heart was only evil all the time.
Okay.
And the Lord regretted that he had made man, and went on and said, I will wipe out the earth.
Okay. Now, if you recall too, I said I conceded that in chapter 6, it's hard to make a case exegetically for what I'm saying. But that's why I said I would take a more systematic approach. But then what do you do with chapters 4 and 5? Because doesn't that seem to indicate?
Well, here's what I'd say. First of all, is I think the more systematic approach is this view, because we're taking the views of other cultures and the traditions of other cultures, and
Uh-huh.
taking them and being able to see that they connect here, and it makes more sense. And so the
Oh,
other cultures thought this happened as well. Everybody thought this happened.
Yeah,
And so
okay.
every
we've got the
myth,
entire world writing about this at the same time. And we write it off as myth, but I don't think it was myth.
no,
It
no.
makes a lot more sense to say that it's real.
The big difference is that was it the Apollo? They thought of the Nephilim as heroes.
Okay.
They were their demigods, but they didn't. But they knew what happened. It was basically the gods having sex. It's the same story. It's just a different result. They're all saying this is all good stuff. The Bible's saying this is very bad. So, but also there's another thing too, Kerry. Why this is actually so important? When you
Uh-huh.
go through the Old Testament and you start reading about the places, the people where God says, "Kill every man, woman, child. Don't take anything. Wipe it all out."
Yeah.
And you trace back their genealogies. They're all remnants of the Nephilim. That's why Joshua destroys some of the Nephilim. David destroys the Goliath, who's a leftover of the Nephilim. So it's really important because when you have those weird stories, you're like, man, God's really mean, right? He's wiping everything out. And when they don't wipe everything out, these people pop back up. The Philistines pop back up, right? Goliath, because they weren't wiped out before that. I believe Goliath, the Philistines, I think came from the Rephaim, but I could be wrong about that.
So it kind of gets God off the hook a little bit.
No, it explains why sometimes he killed everything, and sometimes they're allowed to take slaves, and things like that.
Okay.
And sometimes they're wiped out. And it also, and even in the New Testament, when Paul is talking about, Paul's talking about the head coverings, right?
Yeah.
And at the end, he says, or not even at the end, but he says, because of the angels. Well, what's he mean by because of the angels? Like, I don't want this happening again. We don't want the angels lusting after women again. It's the only reason that makes sense.
Well, no, I think with that head coverings, they're looking on. And well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, they are looking on, but what are they doing? They're not seeing a sign of authority over you.
Yeah, I think maybe they're observing the hierarchy God's put in place between. I don't know. To go into that.
But if it's the sons of Seth all the way in the beginning, why the whole thing's really about appropriateness too, right? Actually, Heiser has an unbelievable podcast about that topic and how it relates back to the Greek medical practices and thoughts at the time.
Okay.
For that whole head covering thing. But because of the angels, doesn't make any sense if the angels are just passively watching, like, yeah, she's wearing white, she's got a hat on, she doesn't have a hat on.
Right. Well, that's fair.
Wow, she's hot.
Right? That's fair to say that. I mean, it could provide insight into that passage, but again, I'm just going to have to admit, I just don't have sophisticated arguments for the Sethite view other than what
there really isn't one.
What's that?
There really isn't one because.
Well, you said it right, Terry, at the very beginning. You said it's an argument of convenience, and I think that's very much right. And I do understand that. I mean,
Christians, we don't spend a lot of time studying the Old Testament as much as we should. Anyway.
Right. But
I vacillated because holding to the view that these are angels is not unlike the aliens we're talking about and believing in them. Suddenly you become this kind of weird Christian because you want to have everything explained. You want to make it more rational. You want to make it to where it makes more sense to people in an apologetic way. And I think sometimes we do damage to what is reality because because like you said, it's of convenience.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I mean by convenience is that I just don't have the time to devote to really studying it. So I haven't.
Then it was a Freudian slip because that's exactly the reason probably you're believing it. If you don't have an exegetical argument, then you're believing it because it's easier. It's one of convenience.
Well, no, I'm believing it from a systematic. What I think is a systematic. Like the trajectory.
Yeah, I understand. I understand
Israel
that part of it.
on and God's people being on to commingling with ungodly people. I mean, that's pretty much my argument to where, because you do see that all through Scripture. I mean, and through the Old Testament especially, and you see the wickedness that results in and all of that. So I mean, that's why I hold to that. Ultimately, that's why I hold to the kind of Sethite view. But I mean, again, I don't have a scholarly argument for it. So I
Well,
admit that.
it's okay. It's okay. I mean, it is a lot of what we're talking about here, and I mean, it does at least at the very least, whenever we're talking about this, we want people to consider this and to really think deeply about it and try to connect the dots. And we may be wrong about this, and I'm not saying that this is something I would like to write a book on and push upon people and get excited about. This is just something that I feel that it does make sense. It does put things together in a very not I think in a very logically from and you said systematic, and I think it's systematic. I think it's the most systematic because you're drawing from all the different sources and it's pulling it together, and it just to me
even from the apocryphal sources, and I understand that. I don't discount those as incidentally as reliable sources in terms of history. I don't necessarily view them as authoritative as though they're inspired, but they could be authoritative in terms historically, that it can at least give you insight into the mind of the Jewish people at the time it was written. And again, that doesn't mean that just because it's writing those things, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily true what they believed. But I mean, it does mean they believed it. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, and I'm not going to say that it's wrong because you're using those sources, because I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. I think you can use them depending on how you use them.
Yeah, but I don't think you can use First Enoch to prove Genesis. I think First Enoch is like a lot of apocryphal writings, right? It's filling in a bigger story.
Yeah, it's giving you insight into what they believed. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and so it's stuff that was taught and learned and talked about and things like that. So it doesn't take you into the audience. But it has nothing to do with whether Genesis 6 is true or not. Genesis 6 just, the first 11 books of Genesis are rapid fire. So much stuff happens in those first 11 chapters.
Well, it just has to do with interpreting. It doesn't have to do with whether it's true, but it does have to do with the interpretation and the bigger picture of everything that's going on.
Yeah,
right. And also Jude, if that's not where the angels sing that are chained in gloomy darkness until the end times, then where is that in the Bible? If it's not this story.
That's true. That's true. Jude is a big part of the.
Jude
I'm not saying that these things aren't historic and historic. I mean, that's why I believe you can use those extra biblical sources.
No. Wait, he's talking about Jude. He's talking about Jude.
Bring back to Genesis 6:4. Jude 6 says, "And the angels who did not stay within their own position of authority, but left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains under gloomy darkness until the judgment of the great day." Then he goes on,
and also it says in Jude that they had unnatural desires, these angels, and so
Jude does actually directly quote, or just about directly quote, First Enoch 1:9. Right, that verse is only Jude. It's canonical, it's scripture because Jude quoted it. Right, that one verse. It didn't become canon or accepted scripture, or even I would say inspired, until Jude quoted it. Does that make sense? I'm not saying it made Enoch. I mean, this one verse that Jude quotes is scriptural.
Sure. Well, he also mentions the disputing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other verse that I read, that's definitely what Jude wrote there is kind of a summary of things that Enoch said. Right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you don't need Enoch at all to believe that Genesis 6:1-4 is talking about.
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if, like Michael had mentioned, he's taken a systematic approach, and so in
theology and hermeneutics is part of, exegesis is part of the system, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I fully concede that if I just take chapter 6 alone, I don't know what to make of it. Right. But I'm
Carrie, just try to remember Jude in the midst of this. I know that I know that we could be wrong, but it does fit very well in a biblical theology and a systematic theology and all the way across. It just doesn't fit very well from the standpoint of of the way it feels. I'm not saying you're going off feeling, but I do understand how hard it is to do that. And it's easy to think, I know you would not believe this, but it's easy to say, yeah, maybe a donkey didn't talk, and or
No,
the snake
see, I
didn't
don't.
talk.
That's the thing. I'm not discounting angel human hybrids because I think it's preposterous. I'm not convicted. I don't have a conviction that that's what the total witness of Scripture would have me believe. Again, like I said, though, it's more out of convenience because I haven't thoroughly studied this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, here's what you ought to do. You ought to do it. You ought to believe out of referred authority and refer the authority over to me and Ed and take our view.
That would be the last thing I would do.
That's probably the
I'm
wisest
kidding.
thing. That's probably the wisest thing you've said.
I'm
Okay, let
kidding.
me throw in this other one, Carrie, and you can ask another question if you have it. But this is from Chip. He said, so if we are, as Michael says, children of God, why can't we have other children of God, i.e. sons of God? And I think what he's saying is, Ed, this is a huge question. This is the reason why. You remember Bible Answer Man, Hank Hanegraaff? I don't even know if he does it anymore since he converted to Eastern Orthodoxy. But this is the reason why he takes the Sethite view, is simply because it's ridiculous to think it still can continue. And so what would you say? I know what I would say about it continuing, but it says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterwards. And if these are angels intermixing with women, maybe it was their fall, the time that these particular angels or heavenly beings, I'm sorry, I'm using angels.
It's
a lot of sense.
I like that you tried to keep a distinction, but I mean that's common.
I know, but some people will forget. I mean, I want, because that's part of what we're trying to do here is to open it up a little bit. But what would you say about whether or not it can still happen?
No, I absolutely believe it can still happen. I believe it. I believe it's part of the great deception that's coming, the great delusion that's coming.
Isn't that funny that you can say that? I mean, I don't know why I think it's funny. You say absolutely, yeah, it can happen. I mean, it's like you say absolutely it can happen, and then you're like, oh yeah, I guess it can. But beforehand you're like, this is preposterous. I mean, how can this be true? Then you would have to say it still can happen today, and you say, yeah, of course it can. And then you're like, oh yeah, okay, well maybe it can. I didn't even think about whether it could. And again, it's like this emotional response we have to it. And I'm only saying that because that's what I have. Right. And to be able to say that with such casualness really does, and it really does to me, just all of a sudden say, whoa, yeah, wait a minute, it can happen. I mean, of course it can. It's possible.
I mean, as long as spiritual beings are still interacting with the earth, and as long as they still have free will, it can happen.
Well, here's the problem that I have with it happening, though. Okay, let me play the other side. It seems to be in Genesis chapter 6, where you have the men that are evil. There's a couple of things that are referred to as to why the flood comes. There's only evil in the hearts of men continually, and these angels intermixing with humans and producing Nephilim. Those two things seem to be the instigators. And so you say, okay, are they both the same thing? Or are they different things? And which one? Did one of them have priority and one of them was the main reason? Did God destroy the earth because the Nephilim were there? Or did he destroy it because people were evil? And then we'd have to say, wouldn't we, that it wasn't, I mean, it may have been partly because the Nephilim were there. And maybe it was the proliferation that was going on. And
what did they have, like life rafts or something then?
Well,
because if God was continuing to
but it can happen again.
Destroy the Nephilim and blot them out with was there a remnant? Because the only people that survived the flood, to my knowledge, were Noah and his family.
Yeah.
What if they weren't people?
You don't know, right? You really don't. What happened? But anyway,
Carrie, I don't believe any of them survived the Nephilim. but I do believe that it continued to happen.
Oh, but you're
Even,
saying that, okay, so the Nephilim were wiped out during the flood,
and
but
those certain
There's more-
angels, those,
but then
those certain
it kicked
angels
up
were taken.
again. It kicked up again when the sons of God came down and started messing with human women.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it
no. They
continued.
did that. They did that with human women first, and they still did it afterwards. That's what it says, and also afterwards. And so you have these angels that are at eventually, we don't really know when, they're eventually put into a prison, according to Jude, a holding tank until judgment. And it doesn't necessarily mean that at the time of the flood he put them in there. He could have done it. He could have done it a week later. He could have done it 30 years later, 100 years later. Eventually he did put them in there, and maybe they kept on doing this, or Carrie, maybe he put these angels that rebelled, this group, and they had a leader. And I mean, if Jude is right, it's very detailed about who these angels were, what they taught, that kind of stuff. Or excuse me, if Enoch's right.
It's like a holding cell type thing.
Yeah.
They're being trained and all that kind of stuff,
And
right?
so this is a group that followed a certain angel, or again, spiritual being, and they go and they're in the holding tank, and then afterwards, did other angels do it? And at first you want to say, "Oh, that's ridiculous," but again, it's kind of like, yeah, why not?
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
do we have a rule that there's only? Is there something in the Bible that says the angels fell and it was over for them? They don't fall anymore.
Right.
There was only one fall, and it was within this little
So-
small time period of a month, and this year, and then after that the fall of the angels was over. Or was there more than one fall, or can there still be a fall of angels today?
Okay,
That's
so
the
here we go.
question I have.
Let me get this straight. All right,
Okay.
guys. So the
Okay.
Nephilim are angel human hybrids. Yes, they were the giants, all that kind of stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
were wiped out during the flood. Correct?
Yes. Those particular ones that were alive, anyone that was alive was wiped out.
Okay.
But
you're
there was
saying-
also Nephilim afterwards.
But you're saying that it happened again.
Yes. I'm saying there were Nephilim afterwards. That's what it says. You can either say they survived. Some people do. Some people say they
It's
built
not-
caves and stuff.
Well, I think they were probably rock monsters that Russell Crowe fought, but that's another day. That's another conversation.
Now, is that a position of convenience, or do you have exegesis to back it up?
Well, that's my Hollywood hermeneutic. My biblical interpretation is informed by my movies that I watch. I'm joking. So at any rate, so I'm just trying to understand. So the Nephilim or maybe they weren't wiped out,
Those ones that were there at the time were wiped out.
and
But
then it happened again. Then what you're
Yes,
saying
and
is
so
the sons of God came down again and started mingling with the daughters.
Yes,
of
what
men.
I see is there was some type of corruption that had happened on the earth. It got so severe, and at that time it was so severe that there was also massive intermingling
Well,
between.
then how were they? If they were in chains, how were they?
They weren't in chains at this
No,
time.
they weren't in chains.
No, I'm
It's
talking.
the angels.
At what point, like
The angels were.
the Jude account of them being in chains? When were these?
You're confusing the two, Carrie. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
What?
cut you. But you're confusing the angels with
Yes.
the Nephilim. The angels are in chains and gloomy darkness.
Yes, I'm not saying the Nephilim are in chains. I'm saying the Nephilim are these theoretical hybrids of angels and humans.
It's
Okay,
another angel.
fallen or not fallen angels.
They would fall. They fell at a different time. If this happened a second time, that would be not the angels that were in chains, but the other angel.
So
other
more angels,
that
and that. Okay, so that I'm just trying to understand because of their free will, they have that. They can go and fall and do it again.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
theoretically, there can be
Gotcha.
angels. There can be an angel today that does the same thing. These certain group
Okay.
that followed this certain group that followed this leader back then. And again, you have to read Enoch to be able to see kind of the story. This group was placed into a prison. The way they corrupted the earth together was so bad. Now, do these other angels, if it happens this way, do other angels who come down and still do this? Let's just get real weird and radical. Let's say this is going on with the UFO type stuff, something about that. And you have the abductions, you have implantations, whatever it may be. Let's say that is happening right now. And then we
Okay.
say, well, wait a minute, what's the difference in this and that? I would say, well, there's not probably much difference.
Right.
This is the same thing going on.
Mhm.
And therefore, we've got the days of Noah again, possibly.
Possibly.
Okay. All right. And this kind of goes into what you were talking about when Christ mentions the unclean spirits
Right.
and referencing. I'm just, and by the way, I'm not challenging you guys when I'm asking these questions. I'm really trying to understand where y'all are coming from.
No, it totally makes sense. It's all good stuff.
Just so you know that. So I'm not being contentious. I really do want to.
We're not offended.
Okay, good. All right. So these unclean spirits that Christ spoke of, your contention is they're these fallen heavenly beings, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that these you
Well,
contend.
no. Wait. They are the spirits, the unclean spirits that Christ is talking about.
Yes.
Would say are the spirits of the Nephilim who are roaming the earth, not the fallen angels who are in chains.
So these unclean spirits are the spirits of the Nephilim,
The dead Nephilim. Yeah.
the dead Nephilim.
Yeah.
Yes.
Think of it as a ghost, right? But it's a high.
So the ghost of the Nephilim.
Well, I mean, it's spirit.
Okay,
right?
now I am being contentious. Well, hold on a second. Wait, this is a lot.
It's the continued active consciousness of the Nephilim that are awaiting judgment. The Nephilim will probably have a resurrection as well of the body or whatever they had before. That's my view, at least. I mean, you don't have to hold to that view if you say that they were always. I mean, me and Ned disagreed about the physicality of these angels and maybe even the physicality of the Nephilim itself to some degree, but. Either way, it's the same in that then the only reason I believe this, the only reason, Carrie, it's not whenever I read the Bible, I see the spirits of the Nephilim being demons. It's because of the intertestamental books. That's the only reason. And I don't know of any other issue, any other doctrine that I would say I am influenced to grab a hold of just because of the intertestamental series.
Well, that's fair, but Jesus referencing that too. I mean, it's almost. I kind of think of, speaking of ghosts, when the disciples saw Jesus on the water and they thought he was a ghost. That doesn't necessarily mean that ghosts are real. You can't derive that. You can definitely derive though that they thought that was the case.
Yeah. I mean, of course, and you can also understand that he didn't correct them, but that doesn't prove anything. But for me, it does suggest, or it could suggest that there's no such thing as ghosts, because Jesus did like to correct them a lot.
Well, that wasn't the point. Yeah, he was walking on the water. He had bigger fish to fry, so to speak. So,
well, I mean, what was his proof that he's not a ghost, though? Because he did demonstrate he's not a ghost. What did he say? That's the question about that.
Well, he didn't go into a diatribe about
how he did enough. He said, "Ghosts do not have flesh and bone, do they?"
Well,
I mean,
so he didn't say. What you're saying is he didn't say ghosts don't exist, you silly people. He just said ghosts don't have fucking bone. Okay,
and that's a statement of their anatomy. So I mean, it's gonna be kind of weird to believe that, but you could still be right. I mean, I'm not married to that. It's not. You're right. It's a secondary thing. And
that's a good point though. That he didn't he goes, "Don't you know there are no ghosts?" He didn't say that. He went in to explain. Yeah.
So have I convinced you? My main point of convincing things was this: have I convinced you of the existence of ghosts?
I have never discounted the existence of ghosts.
No, have I convinced you of the existence of ghosts?
Not with that argument. No, I don't need convincing on that. I think that's a possibility. I just don't know what they are.
Ed, we need to next do a podcast on ghosts.
Okay.
No. Okay. Listen. Okay.
We will replace Michael Heiser. In memory of Michael Heiser, we will take over that.
Just so I can be sure, though, I want to be sure that I understand exactly what y'all are saying. All right. So the Nephilim, angel-human hybrids, may or may not have been wiped out in the flood. Michael, you think they were. Ed, you think maybe not. Correct?
I'm
Um,
open to either. I really am.
Okay.
There's no biblical proof other
Either
than,
way.
yeah. I mean, the flood. We
Well,
believe,
the only reason I do is because he says everything that breathes air. I do believe they breathe air.
right?
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
so there's
So
biblical support for that.
now next to that, there could have been new Nephilim, right?
Yes.
There
After the
definitely
flood.
are.
There are new Nephilim.
Yeah,
Which,
that was the point about the whole talk about what nations God totally destroyed, because he wanted to get rid of the line of the Nephilim. When the Jews
Well,
go
Ed,
found out,
Ed, right there. To be fair, I mean, I agree with you, and I think, but you are overlaying that and making sense of it. You're not saying the Bible anywhere says that he wiped them out because the Nephilim.
you can trace back. I mean, I am saying that you can trace back the roots of the family tree from the Table of Nations. Now have it sitting here in front of me, and who's who are the Anakim, right? And who are these people? How come the Moabites? He just, they defeated them, but they didn't destroy them.
No, I know I agree with you on that, but what you're doing is you're making because of what you believe about these things, you are making
well,
sense out of other things.
well, no, in Deuteronomy it mentions the Nephilim. Is that what you're going from, Ed? This post-flood mention of the Nephilim? Is that
Well,
what you're talking about?
he doesn't do it. He doesn't go and say we are. I want you to destroy all the nations because the Nephilim are there. He does say because of the evil, and so. But I agree with you that it probably has to do with the Nephilim, about the the wholesale push of wiping out even animals. I mean, that's kind of a weird thing, but I think that even had something to do with this.
Right.
It was kind of just, yeah. I mean, you had cross things going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, Enoch talks about them defiling the animals as well, the Nephilim. So. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't say, "Hey, these people are Nephilim, so let's wipe them out." It doesn't say that. But if you take,
but I do agree with you. I do agree with you, though. It makes sense out of everything a whole lot, and I timidly hold to that view.
Yeah. So
hey, listen, guys, listen. I'm looking at the clock. It is 4 hours now. We've been going.
Yeah, I don't think I helped at all on anything. You should.
No, that was fun.
On, Michael.
That was fun. Ed, thank you for showing up. Carrie, thank you for showing up. We had a blast, and we are definitely going to do this again soon. Well, I don't know what we'll talk about. Maybe we'll talk about ghosts sometime. But again, just like before, I don't want to be known from this stuff. But again, this stuff is going on right now, and I think we'll keep on pushing.
Maybe we can talk about the philosophical naturalism that's kind of at play in our culture with respect to aliens. Maybe that'd be a good topic, because at least I could talk about that.
I know. Here's what I do know. Probably is gonna. I'm 99% sure within the next month there will be another big thing about aliens, if the pattern is going the way I think it is. So be sure to keep on watching this. Subscribe to us, because I bet you we're going to be talking about this again, and we're going to try to put it in in a biblical way. I love Carrie. I love Ed. I'm so glad they joined us, and I'm so glad you joined us. Please come back and just know you are the reason why we exist, not simply because you support us, but because you are on my mind all the time. This is all I want to do is teach. I've been doing it for 23 years now, 24 years. And this is all I want to do is teach this stuff. And God has been so kind to me and let me teach people in this way. And it's a ministry. It's a ministry. I'm trying to convince people of the importance of theology, thinking deeply, not the importance of being an academic scholar or whatever, but to love the Lord your God with all of your mind. The great commandment, the mind is involved. So please subscribe, support us, pray for us, pray for the ministry. There's all kinds of things going on that I need prayer for. So if you would, thank you so much. And I can't wait to meet some of you. If you're a doubter, please get in touch with me, please. I know that this is kind of a random one to put at the end of this, but I just always want to throw that out. Have mercy on those who doubt. Please get in touch with me. Go to credocourses.com, find the phone number and text me. Just go to find the contacts. Also, patreon.com. Once again, I won't push that, but see Michael Patton. Patreon, see Michael Patton, and then you can support us. But we will see you next time in Theology